Sure. A fun fact about the GT4 racing car class is that these cars are designed to be more affordable and easier to maintain compared to some of the more high-end racing categories. This has made GT4 a popular choice for amateur racers and teams looking to get into racing without breaking the bank. Plus, many GT4 cars are closely related to their road car counterparts, so they look just as sleek and sporty. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to pick your car is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in before the timer runs out. Don't miss out on having your favorite car race today. That's an interesting matchup. The Aston Martin Vantage GT4 from 2010 is a sleek and agile car, known for its excellent handling and balance. On the other hand, the 2018 Ford Mustang GT4 is a bit newer, and probably has a bit more power under the hood, which could give it an advantage in straight line speed. Given the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit's twists and turns, I might lean toward Bees McGee's Aston Martin because its handling might help it navigate corners more efficiently. But the Mustang's raw power could make up some ground on the straights. It's going to be a close race. I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'd slightly favor the Aston Martin for its agility around a street circuit. Welcome back everyone. Glad to see you all here again. Missed 149. Royer Boy, Dale Earnhardt. And someone, it's awesome to have you back in the chat. Get ready for some exciting AI car races. Let's see which car comes out on top today. Hi everyone, the race has just kicked off at Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. Yasmin 196, driving the sleek 2019 Ferrari 488 GT. 4 is starting on pole position. Let's see how it all unfolds. Yasmin 196 has taken the lead right at the start. Violetta Mama is in second place, closely behind. Dale Earnhardt is in third, keeping a strong position early on. Dale Earnhardt is advancing to second place. Shadow Army and another racer are battling closely for fourth place. Gina Jones is climbing to sixth place. Shadow Army and the other racer are battling closely for fourth place. Bobby and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for eighth place. New for Life has moved up one spot to take the 14th position. Shadow Army and the other racer are battling closely for 4th place. Barbie has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Shadow Army is pushing hard to secure that position. Shadow Army has moved up to 4th place. Jackal is now in 6th place. Barbie is closing the gap on Gina Jones, now just 1 second behind. Shadow Army is now just a second behind Violetta Mama. Jackal and another racer are battling closely for 5th place. Wanabakido has gained 1 position and is now in 16th. New for Life is driving a 2016 Subaru Impreza or XSTR. They are currently in the 15th position and seem to be maintaining their pace without any major overtakes or issues so far. King Chu 22 is in the 14th position, driving a 2015 Nissan 370Z Nismo GT 401. Their race seems steady with no major moves yet. Yasmin 196 has moved up to 1st place. Violetta Mama is now in 2nd place. Shadow Army has advanced to 3rd place. Shadow Army has advanced to 2nd place. Wanabakido has moved up to 14th place. Wanabakido and King Chu 22 are battling closely for 13th place. Dale Earnhardt is gaining fast on missed 149, cutting the gap by 8 seconds. Shadow Army is closing in on Yasmin 196, closing the gap by 1 second. Jackal and another racer are battling closely for 4th place. Jackal is now in 4th place. Barbie has moved up to 6th. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 7th. Ashanriton is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang GT 4 Tour. They are currently in 9th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute 46 seconds and 99 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Shadow Army is gaining on Yes 996, closing the gap to just over a second. Ashanriton has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Gina Jones and Ashanriton are battling closely for 8th position. Congratulations to Yes 996 on winning the race. Well done. Oh wow. Yasin 96 really drove an incredible race. Huge congratulations to them for winning. You all did an amazing job out there today. And congratulations to Shadow Army for getting the fastest lap. You get to claim the 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC, which is a fantastic car. Maya, you also did a great job with the most overtakes, and you can claim the 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. Well done to both of you. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. The time left to select your car is almost up, so make sure you choose quickly if you want to be part of the race. Don't miss out. Welcome back, Romance. Glad to see you back in the stream. Sit back and enjoy the AI racing fun with us. This is a fun matchup. The Parnelli VPJ4 from 1975 was known for its innovative design and strong performance back in the day, especially in terms of aerodynamics. On the other hand, the McLaren M23 also has a legendary status with its excellent handling and balance. Considering the circuit, which is quite technical and tight, handling and aerodynamics will be crucial. I think the McLaren might have a slight edge in maneuverability, but the Parnelli's power could come into play in the straights. Overall, I'd lean towards the McLaren M23 because of its balanced performance and versatility, but it's definitely a close call. It's going to be exciting to see which car and driver come out on top. Alright everyone, the race has just begun at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro Track, Eliciton. 1095 is starting on pole, driving a classic 1975 Hill GH1. Let's see how they hold up. The race has just started with someone in first place, Eliciton 1095 in second, and Maya in third. The top three are already showing some early movement. Wolf's Light has moved up one spot to 7th place. The Spanish Inquisition and Chaco are battling closely for 9th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Agreds 34 are also in a tight fight for 14th place. New for Life is climbing up to 15th place. Mist 149 is also advancing, now in 17th place. Yaboe Wanda and Mist 149 are battling closely for 17th place. Eliciton 95 is holding a slight lead over the other racer for first place. Amy is close behind in third place, trying to find a way past. Maya is right behind Amy, both racers pushing hard. The Dreamkeeper and Shadow Army are battling closely for 12th place, exchanging positions frequently. Illicitone 95 is now in first place. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 9th. The Dreamkeeper has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th. Jackal and the Dreamkeeper are battling closely for 10th place. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Rosagol Gaming, cutting the gap down to just over 1 second. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to 11th place. Ags 34 is moving into 14th position. Shadow Army is now in 14th place. Agrids 34 and Shadow Army are battling closely for the 13th spot. Maya and the other driver are still fighting hard for 2nd place. Amy is now in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. The battle for 2nd place is heating up between Amy and the racer ahead. Agrits 34 and Shadow Army are locked in a close fight for the 13th position. Gina Jones and Maya are battling closely for 4th place. Apex Milkbag has advanced to 10th place. Agrids 34 has moved up to 13th place. Agrids 34 and the Dreamkeeper are fighting for 12th place. Wolf's Light is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap to just over a second. Iron Cross, a Wooden Cross and Mew for Life are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Yaboy Rwanda and Rio Boy are also battling hard for 17th position. Rose Gold Gaming is in 8th place driving a March 751. Their fastest lap is 1:47.044, which shows solid pace. The race looks competitive for them so far. Ingle Milk Kringleberry has just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Gina Jones and Hingle are now in a close fight for 5th position. Congratulations to Illicitone 1095 on your victory. Well done on winning the race at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro Tatot. Great job! Congratulations to Illicitone 1095 for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. And a big shout out to Amy for getting the fastest lap. You can claim the 1975 Hill GH1. Well done to both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Enna Pragusa features a mix of high-speed turns and technical sections, so a car that can maintain stability and agility through the twists would do really well. Acceleration and braking are also important, but being able to navigate the curves smoothly is key to a good performance here. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in before the timer runs out. Don't miss out on your chance to see which car will race next. Welcome back, Wayne the Train. Glad to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready to see some exciting AI race action. Wow, those are some interesting choices. The Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR from 1999 is a classic race car with a lot of pedigree, but it's also quite old compared to the RUF RT12R from 2011. The RUF is known for its powerful engine and modern engineering. Given the age and the technology, I might lean toward the RUF RT12R having the edge in this race. It's newer, likely more agile, and designed for high performance. But the Mercedes has that iconic racing history, so it could surprise us. Who are you thinking will come out on top? Alright, everyone, the race has just begun at Ennepagusa. Royal Boy is starting on pole position, driving a 2016 Hennessy Venom GT. This should be an exciting race to watch. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Royal Boy in first place, Maya in second, and Tyler in third. Amy is now in 6th place. Romance and Move for Life are battling closely for 8th. Jackal has moved up to 10th. Wayne the Train and Tyler are battling closely for 3rd place. New for Life is advancing 1 spot to 7th. Jackal and Romance are fighting hard for 9th. Wayne the Train has moved up 2 spots to take 2nd place. Amy is closing in on TMOT, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy and TMOT are battling closely for 5th place. Tyler has moved up to 3rd place. Maya and Tyler are battling closely for 3rd. New for Life is climbing to 6th place. Wayne the Train is closing in on Royal Boy, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jacko has moved up 2 spots to take 7th place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Romance has moved up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap to Amy, now 1.7 seconds behind. Gina Jones is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Jacko is gaining on New for Life and closing the gap quickly. Romance is also catching up, now just 2.2 seconds behind. Jacko Dotjo. The fight for 6th place is heating up. Jacko is moving up to 6th place. Romance is now in 7th place. Now for Life and Romance are battling closely for 7th. Jacko has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. More for Life and Romance are battling closely for 7th place. Number for Life is now in 6th place, moving up 2 spots. Romance and No for Life are close together fighting for 6th. TOT and Romance are also battling for 7th place. Romance is now in 5th place, moving up 2 spots. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot into 10th place. Shadow Army has also moved up 1 spot into 11th place. Romance is closing in on Maya. The gap is now 3.6 seconds. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 13th place. Kai Bumper also moved up 1 spot to take 14th place. Royal Boy is leading the race with a 2016 Hennessy Venom GT and a fastest lap of 1 minute 47 seconds. Maya is in 4th place with a 1999 Mercedes-Benz CLK GT. But she's quite a bit behind the leader. Wayne the Train is holding 2nd with a Jaguar CX-75, close behind Royal Boy. Amy is holding steady in 7th place. Romance is closing in on the top 5. Jacko is just behind Romance now. Jacko is driving a 2012 Ferrari California, a convertible sports car known for its balance of performance and luxury. They are currently in 7th place, and their fastest lap is around 2 minutes and 5 seconds. The race for them seems steady, but they might need to pick up the pace to move higher. Congratulations to Royal Boy on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Wow! Huge congratulations to Royer Boy for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. And a special shout out to Royer Boy for having the fastest lap as well. They really earned that modern street car, the 2016 Hennessy Venom GT. And let's not forget Romance, who did an amazing job with the most overtakes. They get to claim the 2004 Porsche Carrera GT. Great effort from all drivers today. Stay tuned for the next race. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time left to select your car is almost over. Make sure to get your picks in so you don't miss out on the fun. We're about to get these races started. This is an interesting matchup. The 2015 Fiat Tipo Competizione is a compact car with a sporty vibe, but it might not have the same power as the Peugeot. The 2018 Peugeot 308 is known for its agility and solid performance, especially on a track like Sebring. Given the car choices, I would lean towards newer for life in the Peugeot 308 because it has a bit more modern engineering and likely better handling. But of course, driver skill and AI strategy can make surprises happen. Alright, everyone, the race just kicked off at Sebring Johnson Club. Jackal is starting on pole with a 2012 Ford Focus RS in the TCR class. Things are looking exciting already. Romance has taken the lead right from the start. Jackal is in second place, closely followed by Mist 149 in third. The race is already heating up. Jackal is now in first place. Singoshi and Mist 149 are battling closely for third. New for Life is moving up to sixth place. Ricolith has gained one position and is now in sixth place. The battle between Shadow Army and Ricolith for sixth place is getting close. Maya has also moved up one spot and is now in eighth place. Gamamitta moves up one spot to take 15th place. Gamamitta and another racer are fighting closely for 14th place. Amy and Balsamic Vintour, 183, are in a tight duel for 16th place. Gamamitta has moved up two spots to take the 13th place. Amy has also gained 2 positions, now in 15. Amy is currently in 10th place with the 2010 Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. The race seems competitive, but she's holding her position well. Rick is currently in 8th place, driving the 2018 BMW M220 IRDLC. They are making steady progress and seem to be closing in on the cars ahead. New for Life is advancing to 4th place. Gina Jones and LXHEX in testing for 9. Balsamic in 283 and another racer are fighting for 16. I'm 60 guys. Waiting how much station mind install closing on this 149, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. The Miss Gracious has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are battling closely for 11th place. Shadow Army is now in 6th place. Alex has moved up to 8th place. Alex T and Rickoliv are battling closely for 7th place. Alex Tade has gained 1 position and is now in 7th place. Rickoliv and Alexei Exatelek are closely contesting for 7th position. Balsamic Ventura 83 has moved up 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Singoshi is closing in on Nanwu for Life and has reduced the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rickoliv has moved up 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Maya is driving a 2007 Honda Civic A. She's currently in 10th place and has a fastest lap of 11.471. She's making steady progress and staying competitive in the middle of the pack. Romance has just moved up to 1st place. Miss 149 is now in 2nd. Move for Life has climbed to 3rd. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gabitha Minimac is also making moves, now in 9th after passing 5 cars. Alexei Exatelate has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Amy has moved up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone else is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Balsamic Vint 183 is also making progress, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Welcome back, Elite 403. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Congratulations to Romance on their fantastic win at Sebring Johnson Club. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Romanevs for winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Me for Life for securing the fastest lap. Whoa! You've earned yourself a 2018 Peugeot 308 TCR. Ingle McCringleberry. Kudos for making the most overtakes in the race. You also get a 2018 Peugeot 308 TCR. Nice work, everyone! Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time left to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before the deadline. Don't miss out on the fun. Thanks for the details. Both cars are classic in their own right, but the Peugeot 405 is known for its sharp handling and agility, especially in tight turns. The Toyota Carina E-GTI is reliable and steady, but it might not have the same finesse around corners. I'd say Ian Harrison Vevo might have the edge here because of the Peugeot's more sporty design. But with AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see who takes the win. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Mastuklo, and Princess Wildface is starting in the lead, driving a classic 1993 Peugeot 405. It's going to be exciting to see how this race unfolds. Princess Wildface is leading the race, with Jacko in second place and Amy right behind in third. The race is just getting underway. Jacko is now in first place. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer has moved up to 8th place. Ian Harrison, Veva 3106, and Gaming Toe Fight Cancer are battling closely for 7th place. Ian Harrison, Veva 106 has moved up to 7th place. Electric Mary has advanced to 8th place. Flanky Frankie has climbed to 13th place. Princess Wildface is now in first place. Jackal and Princess Wildface are battling closely for the lead. Shadow Army has moved up to 13. Jackal has just overtaken to take the lead. Princess Wildface and Jackal are still close in the fight for first place. Ian Harrison Veva 3106 has moved up to 6th. Gaming Fight Cancer and Electric Marie are battling closely for 8th place. HP Lootcraft and Gaming Fight Cancer are fighting for 9th place. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to take 13th place. Electric Mary moves up 1 spot to 7th place. Gaming Fight Cancer and Mist 149 are battling closely for 8th place. HP, Lootcraft and Gaming Fight Cancer are fighting hard for 9th place. New for Life is climbing to 15th place. Elite 403 is advancing to 19th place. Naya is now in 10th place. HP Lootcraft and Naya are battling closely for that position. El Mushis has gained 2 spots and is now in 16th place. The BTCC cars are close in performance, but the track at Mr. Claw favors cars with good handling and stability. The top drivers are maintaining consistent lap times, indicating the track's influence on car control. The mix of older and newer models shows scale is key over raw speed here. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to 4th place. Ian Harrison, Ever 3. 1106 is right behind in 5th. They are close together, battling for 4th position. Amy is holding steady in 7th place. Gina Jones is now in 12th place. Shadow Army has moved up to 13th place. Maya is in 10th place, closing in on the top 9. Gina Jones is gaining on HP Lootcraft, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Elite 403 has moved up 2 spots and is now in the 18th place. Gaming Fight Cancer is driving a 1993 Toyota Carina EGTI. They are currently in 10th place, and their fastest lap is 1:30.414. The race looks competitive for them. Electric Murray has moved up to 5th place. Alwyn Storm has advanced to 6th place. Mist 149 is now in 7th place. The race is heating up with those moves. HP Lootcraft has moved up to 10th place. Shadow Army and Gina Jones are battling closely for 12th place. El Mushis has gained 2 positions and is now in 14th place. Congratulations on winning the race. Great job, Jackal. Congratulations to Jackal on winning the race. Great job out there. Also, a big shout out to a Harrison Vega 3106 for winning the bet race. You guys earned some awesome cars today. Jacko, you now get to claim the 1999 Nissan Primera P11 and a Harrison Vega 3106. You can claim the 1993 Peugeot 405. Well done to both of you. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that there's not much time left to pick your car. Make sure to get your choices in before the countdown ends, so you don't miss out on the fun. Let's see which car will dominate the race. Hey, H2010. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing. This is a tough choice. The Ford GT40 MK4 from 1967 is a classic with a lot of heritage, known for its speed and agility on the track. On the other hand, the Ferrari 512M from 1971 is also a legendary car with excellent power and handling. Given the track is Aviano short, which has tight corners and quick turns, I'd say the Ferrari might have an edge because of its nimbleness and quick acceleration. But the Ford GT40 has that raw power and speed that could make it a strong contender on the straights. It's really close, but I'd lean towards the Ferrari 512M to win this one. What do you think? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Aviano short track. Mist 149 is starting on pole, driving a classic 1970 Lola T70 Mark Onibi GT Tokienji 17 and Paul Onibo. It's looking like an exciting start. Mist 149 has taken the lead right from the start. Adanut 44 is in second place, closely followed by AST 2010 in third. The race is heating up early on. It 2010 has moved up to second place. Mist 149 and H 2010 are battling closely for the lead though. Ingoma Kringleberry has climbed to third place. H 2010 and Mist 149 are nose to tail at the front. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Romance and Gina Jones are close in the midfield, fighting for that 8th spot. Elite 403 is gaining on Amy quickly, closing the gap by over a second. Romance has moved up to 8th place. Woo Wife has climbed to 12th place. Amy and Kingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for third place. Move for Life has just overtaken a car and is now in 12th place. Romance is climbing fast into 5th place. Gina Jones is also making a move into 6th. Shadow Army is advancing into 10th place. Amy is now in 1st place. Adanut 44 has moved up to 2nd place. Mist 149 is close behind in 3rd. The battle between Mist 149 and Adanut 44 is heating up. Ian Harrison, Bever 3106, is climbing fast and now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mist 149 has moved up 2 spots and is now in 1st place. Ish 1010 has also gained 2 positions and is now in 2nd place. Move for Life is now in 7th place. Maya has moved up to 10th place. Ian Harrison Favor 3016 is in 11th place. Elite 403 is now in 3rd place. Ingle McCringleberry and Elite 403 are battling closely for 3rd position. Adanut 44 has moved up to 14th place. Mist 149 is leading the race in a 1970 Lola T70 Mark Only B.20. Danone Sifawas, LRs. They have a strong pace with the fastest lap of 1:16.047 and are currently holding a comfortable lead. Ichi 2010 is currently in 3rd place with a solid pace, while Adanut 44 is in 14th, quite a bit behind. Itwathy 10 has a good chance to hold the position, but Adanut 44 needs a strong push to catch up. Elite 403 is now in 2nd place. New for Life has moved up to 7th place. Maya has advanced to 10th place. Bayard has moved up to 9th place. Ian Harrison, Lever 3106, is gaining on Shadow Army, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Elite 403 is now in 1st place. More for Life and Romanauts are fighting closely for 5th. Adanut 44 is catching up to Lai, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. No for Life is now in 5th place. Gina Jones and Romance are battling closely for 6th. Maya has advanced to 9th place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Romance and Gina Jones are battling closely for 6th position. Lai is closing in on Byward, cutting the gap by 3.7 seconds. Congratulations on winning the race. Great job, Elite 403. Congratulations to Elite for 103 on winning the race. Great driving there. Also, a big shout out to H2010 for winning the bet race and earning the 1967 Ford GT40 MK40 and New for Life. You did a fantastic job with the most overtakes, earning the 1971 Ferrari 512M. Well done to both of you. Sure. A fun fact about the Cadwell Park Woodlands track is that it's often called the mini Nürburgring because of its challenging twists and turns that really test the driver's skills. The scenic wooded surroundings also make it a beautiful place for racing, giving you a real sense of adventure as you watch the cars zip through the trees. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to choose your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your picks in before the timer runs out so you don't miss out. Let's see which cars you all want to see race. Both of these cars are fantastic choices from the same era, but they have different strengths. The Ferrari 512 TR is a bit more powerful and has a longer wheelbase, which might give it an advantage on the open sections of Cadwell Park Woodlands. The Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1, on the other hand, is renowned for its agile handling and precision, which could help it navigate tight corners more effectively. Given the circuit's mix of flowing sections and tight turns, I might lean towards the F355 for its handling. But the 512 TR could catch up on the long straights thanks to its extra power. It's definitely going to be an interesting race to watch. Alright, everyone, the race just kicked off at Cadwell Park Woodlands. Retro supercars are in action, and Elite 403 is starting on pole in a 1997 Lamborghini Diablo's Way. Things are looking exciting already. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Elite 403 in first place, Wayne Train 9, 450 in second, and Maya in third. Jekyll has moved up to take fourth place. H210 has gained 2 spots and is now in sixth place. New for Life and H2010 are battling closely for sixth place. And Woo for Life has advanced to 6th place. Engel McCringleberry has moved up to 10th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Mist 149 has moved up to 8th place. E2010 and Mist 149 are battling closely for 8th position. New for Life is just ahead of Shadow Army in 5th place. E2010 is just ahead of Mist 149 in 8th place. Ian Harrison, Ever 3000. 106 has moved up to 11th place. Mist 149 is driving the 1994 Ferrari 512 TR. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Elite 403 is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to stay at the front. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. E2010 has also gained 1 position, now in 8th place. Mist 149 has moved up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry has advanced to 9th place. Ian Harrison, Ever 3000. 106 is now in 10th place. The Retro Street Cars class is competitive with a mix of classic and modern models. The track's twists and turns seem to favor cars with good handling like the Lamborghini and Ferrari, but the slower lap times for some suggest the track's technical nature is challenging for the less agile cars. No for Life has moved up to 4th place. Mist 149 has advanced 2 spots to 7. Shadow Army is closing in on Mist 149, cutting the gap by 3.1 seconds. E2010 is driving a 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1. They are currently in the 12th place, close behind Shadow Army and Hingle McCringleberry. Their fastest lap is just slightly faster than Shadow Army's. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Shadow Army, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ian Harrison, Ever 3000. 106 has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Amy and Ian Harrison, Vevo 3106, are in a close fight for 10th place. Wayne Train 9. 450 is closing in on Elite 403, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ian Harrison, Vevo 3106, is moving up 1 spot to take 9th place. Wayne Train 9th. 1450 is under pressure as Maya gains ground. Move for Life is catching up to Maya quickly. Ian Harrison Velvet, Intel 6 is closing in on Shadow Army. Chill. Ian Harrison Vevo 3 106 has moved up to 8th place. Ingle McCringleberry has also moved up to 9th place. Both are making good progress. Congratulations to Elite 403 on winning the race. Well done. Congratulations to Elite 403 on winning the race. Great job out there. Also, a huge shout out to Elite 403 for setting the fastest lap. They can claim the awesome 1997 Lamborghini Diablos V Mist. 149. You did an excellent job winning the bet race, so you get to claim the 1994 Ferrari 512 TR. And Gina Jones, your impressive overtaking skills earned you the 1988 the Tommaso Pantera G T5S. Thanks to everyone for the amazing racing today. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is almost up. Make sure to choose your favorite before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to pick the one you'll cheer for in the race. Welcome back, Jambo. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting races today. This is a fun matchup. The Honda Civic from 27 is known for its reliability and agility, especially on tight courses like Circuit de Pole Vintage. The Fiat Tipo Competizione, on the other hand, is a more recent model and might have some modern advantages in handling and speed. I think it comes down to the driving styles of our AI drivers and how well the cars handle the twists and turns. My gut says that the Fiat might have a slight edge because of its newer design, but the Civic could surprise us with its agility. It'll be exciting to see which one crosses the finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Circuit de Pole Vintage. Nerfolife is starting on pole in a 2015 Mercedes-Benz 45 AMG in the TCR class. Let's see how it unfolds. The race has just started and the top 3 drivers are Jackal in first place, Nerfolife in second, and Maya in third. E2010 is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle Me Kringleberry and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Gina Jones has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th position. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong move, climbing up to 6th place. Shadow Army and Jazz are locked in a close fight for 4th. Gilded Sarcophagi has gained 2 positions, now in 9th. Shadow Army is now in 4th place. Jazz is close behind in 5th. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up to 8th. Dora Rogue is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Dylan Wolf has moved up to 12th. Ren Kaori is in 14th after overtaking 3 cars. Elite 403 is now in 5th place after overtaking 6 cars. Ian Harrison Volvo 3106 has moved up to 6th place, passing 3 cars. Amy is in 7th place, also moving up quickly with 6 overtakes. Jambo is driving a 2010 Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. They are currently in 11th place and seem to be maintaining a steady position in the middle of the pack. Shadow Army is now just a second behind New for Life. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on D. Joan Wolf. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya has moved up to 2nd place now. Shadow Army is gaining on Woo for Life and is now just a few seconds behind. Mist 149 is catching up to H2010. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya is currently in 2nd place driving a 2012 Ford Focus S. Their race looks competitive, staying close behind the leader and maintaining a strong pace. Shadow Army is gaining on Move for Life and has cut the gap by 2.4 seconds. Ren Kaori and Dora Rogue are battling closely for 11th place. Amy is currently in 7th place. Maya is gaining on Jackal and is now just a second behind. H2010 has moved up to 12th place. Ren Kaori and H2010 are side by side, fighting for 12th place. Shadow Army is gaining on New for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Maya has just overtaken another car and is now in 1st place. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up to 8th place. Shadow Army is now in 2nd place. Amy has moved up to 7th place. Gina Jones is now in 9th place. Shadow Army is falling back to 9th place. Elite 403 is climbing to 3rd place. Ian Harrison Veva 3106 is moving up to 4th place. Jacko is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Yambo and Shadow Army are battling closely for 9th place. Door Rogue is catching up to Jambo, cutting the distance by about 1.5 seconds. Ian Harrison Deva 3, 106, is closing the gap on Elite 403 by 2.1 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Jambo has also moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Amy is currently in 8th place, close behind Gina Jones double. Ingle McCringleberry is way back in 16th, so the race looks tough for him. Elite 403 is in 7th place, but has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for a higher position soon. Congratulations, Maya. That's fantastic news. Well done on your victory. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Great job out there, you really drove well today. And a big shout out to Elite 403 for securing the fastest lap. You can claim the 2017 Audi RS 3TCR. For winning the bet race, I get to claim the 2015 Fiat Tipo Competizione. That should be fun to race around in. And finally, 8/2010, you did the most overtakes today. You can take home the 2018 Peugeot 308. What an exciting race. Everyone did really well. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. The Lausitzring DTM is known for its mix of high-speed curves and technical sections, so a car that can maintain grip and balance through the turns would be crucial. Top speed is important too, but being able to navigate the twists and turns smoothly will give the best overall performance. Good acceleration and brake performance are also key, since you need to be quick off the corners and able to slow down effectively for sharp bends. Hey everyone! There's not much time left to pick your car. Make sure to get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the action! Both cars have their strengths. The Mercedes-Benz L 500 from 1989 is known for its smooth handling and comfort, but it's not necessarily built for racing. The Ford Mustang from 1970 is a classic muscle car with a lot of power, which could give it an edge on straightaways. Considering the Lausitzring DTM track, the Mustang's power might help it accelerate quickly on the straight. However, the Mercedes might handle the corners better. If I had to pick, I might lean towards the Mustang because of its raw power, but it really depends on how well each driver can utilize their car's strengths on this track. What do you think? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Lausitzring DTM track. Alex is starting on pole with a 2016 Porsche 718 Boxsters in the combined slow cars class. Let's see how it all unfolds. Starbex is leading the race, followed by Heimeis in second place and Edsele in third. The race is just beginning, so let's see how they hold their positions. Wayne the Train is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 5 cars. Shadow Army is making a strong push, moving up 3 spots to 15. Nistek has gained 1 position, now in 3rd place. Pragu is climbing fast, now in 24th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to 5th. Ingle McCringleberry and Adsley are battling closely for 4th place. Shadow Army is now in 8th place after overtaking 5 cars. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 4th place. Cyrelia is in 11th place, gaining 1 position. Cyrelia and Wei Fuan are battling closely for 10th place. Maze is now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 2nd place. Wayne the Train is now in 5th place after climbing 2 spots. James Misk is advancing to 12th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 14th place. The battle for 13th place between Maya and James Misk remains close. Wayne the Train is now in 4th place, moving up 1 spot. 1 Higa. He is closely battling Heimeis for 3rd place. Mystek and Wayne the Train are fighting hard for 4th place. Ragu is climbing fast, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wayne the Train has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Yodkes is closing in on Nonstop, cutting the gap by 1 second. Mystek has moved up to 4th place. Yodkes has also gained a position, now in 5th place. Hymas and Jodkes are closely battling for 5th place. Hymas has moved up to 5th place. Elite 403 has advanced to 10th place. Maya has also moved up to 11th place. Shadow Army is now in 5th place. Hymas and Shadow Army are battling closely for 5th. Elite 403 is gaining on Sirelia. The gap is shrinking. Detoxins is making a strong move up the field now in 22nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Starbucks, closing the gap steadily. Sirelia is also closing in on Esley, getting closer with each lap. Yodkes has moved up 1 spot to take the 6th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Sirelia, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Ragu is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. McCringleberry is closing in on Starbucks, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Elite 403 has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Elite 403 is now in 7th place. Esley and Elite 403 are closely battling for 8th. Maya has moved up to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Starbucks are battling closely for the lead. Wayne the Train is gaining, cutting the gap to Hingle by 1.2 seconds. Maya has moved up 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry on winning the race. That's an impressive achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry on winning the race. Well done on that fantastic drive. And a big shout out to Wayne the Train for setting the fastest lap. Wayne, you can now claim the 2014 Lotus Evora GX, a sleek modern street car. Enjoy your new ride. Sure. A fun fact about the GT1 racing car class is that it was known for having some of the most unique and aggressive designs in racing history. Manufacturers like McLaren, Porsche and Mercedes-Benz built cars that looked more like street cars, but were heavily modified for racing. They often used the same names as their street versions, such as the McLaren F1 GTR, which made it really exciting for fans, because it felt like watching a race of supercars that you could almost imagine driving. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time left to choose your car is almost up. Make sure you pick your favorite before the selection closes. Don't miss out on the chance to see your top pick race. Both of these cars are pretty iconic, but very different in their strengths. The Chevrolet Corvette CR1 from 1999 is known for its powerful V8 engine and strong straight-line speed. On the other hand, the McLaren F1 GTR from 1995 is renowned for its lightweight design and excellent handling, especially on a track like Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez. Given the track's mix of curves and straights, I'd lean towards the McLaren F1 GTR, having a slight edge in handling and cornering. However, the Corvette's raw power could give it an advantage on the straight sections. Overall, I think the McLaren might just have the edge due to its superior agility, especially on a technical circuit. But it's going to be really close. Alright everyone, the race has just started at the Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez. Ian Harrison Veva 3106 is on pole, driving a classic 1998 Toyota GT1 TS 020 in the GT1 class. Let's see how it performs. Iliasix 988 has taken the lead right from the start. Kafamaka is holding strong in second place. Jacko is currently in third position. The race is heating up early on. Mist 149 is now in 5th place after overtake 4 cars. Elite 403 has moved up to 8th place, passing 3 cars. Wayne the Train has dropped back to 18th place, falling 12 positions. Wayne the Train is charging up the field now, in 15th place. Ian Harrison Veva 3106 has dropped back to 16th and is trying to regain ground. Kermit Media has moved up to 5th place. Kermit Media and Gina Jones are battling closely for 4th position. Fafamaka is gaining on LESX 98, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Kermit Media has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Miss 149 is narrowing the distance to Gina Jones, reducing the gap by 1 second. Hermit Media is climbing to 3rd place. Mist 149 is now in 5th. Elite 403 has moved up to 6th. Hermit Media is closing in on Famaka, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. New for Life is moving up 1 spot to take 7th place. Gina Jones and New for Life are battling closely for 7th position. Gina Jones is falling back to 15th place. Hermit Media has moved up to 2nd place. Famaka and Hermit Media are battling closely for 2nd. Gina Jones is making a strong move, overtaking 14 cars to take the lead. DECK Beidzier Goats is closing in fast on Ian Harrison Viva 3106, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Eliasix 98 and Gina Jones are now battling closely for the top spot. Elite 403 is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 4th place. Jackal is closing the gap fast, reducing it by over 5 seconds. Ilias X988 has climbed up to the top spot. Welcome back, Dale Pack 41. Great to see you return to the stream. We've got some exciting AI car races happening now, so buckle up and enjoy the thrill. Welcome back, Katsusho. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Gina Jones is rapidly catching H 2010, closing the gap by 5.8 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Famaka, reducing the distance by 3.6 seconds. Mist 149 has moved up 1 position to take 5th place. Hermit Media is now just a few seconds behind Elias X98. New for Life has moved up to 5th place. DCKPTD0 Gets is closing in on Ian Harrison Bava 3106, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Hermit Media is now in 1st place. The Famaka has moved up to 2nd. Elite 403 is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Elias 698 is dropping back to 14th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Famaka, cutting the gap by over a second. Elite 403 and Famaka are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Elite 403 and Famaka are battling closely for 2nd place. Maya is moving up 1 spot to take 6th place. Jackal and Maya are fighting hard for 6th place. Congratulations to Hermit Media on winning the race. That's an exciting achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Hermit Media on winning the race. Well done. And a big shout out to Moo for Life for winning the bet race. You can claim the 1995 McLaren F1 GTRA. Also, congratulations to Elite 403 for the most overtakes. You get to claim the 1996 Ferrari F50 GT. Great driving from everyone today. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Bowman Gray Stadium is known for its tight turns and close quarters racing, so a car that can maneuver quickly and stay stable through the corners is key. Acceleration is also important because you want to be able to respond fast to the cars around you. Overall, a nimble and responsive vehicle would give you the best shot at success on this kind of track. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to choose your cars is about to run out. Make sure you pick your favorite before the countdown ends, so you don't miss out on all the fun. Let's see which vehicles will be racing. Wow! Both of those cars are quite impressive in their own ways. The Lamborghini Murcielago is a powerful and sleek supercar, with a lot of speed and style. On the other hand, the Mitsubishi Evo 8 ATEV Q400 is known for its agility and handling, especially on tighter tracks, like Bowman Gray Stadium. Considering the short, twisty nature of this track, I might lean towards the Mitsubishi Evo being a bit more nimble and able to handle sharp turns better. But the Lamborghini's raw power could give it an edge on the straightaways if it can maintain control. It's really going to come down to how well each driver handles their car in this environment. My money is on the Mitsubishi Evo for better maneuverability, but the Lamborghini could surprise us if it gets a good launch. What do you think? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bowman Gray Stadium. Ken Fatig is starting on pole in a sleek 2006 Audi RS4. Let's see how he kicks off this exciting race. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Ian Harrison Veva 3106 in first place 2010, in second, and Ken Fatig in third. Adam Flash is charging forward, and now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yamchabi Panda is also making a strong move, climbing 8 places to take 8th. E210 is having a tough time, and has dropped back 13 spots to 15. Ken Fatig is gaining fast on the Ish 2010. closing the gap by 7.5 seconds. Ian Harrison Deverth 106 is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16th place. Issue 2010 is having a tough time and has dropped 6 positions to 21st. Miss 149 is gaining on Hinfadig quickly, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Elite 403 and Dalapak 41 are battling closely for 4th place. Amy is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 11th place. Elite 403 is now in 3rd place. Amy has moved up to 10th place. Gina Jones has climbed to 17th place. Elite 403 is closing the gap on Mist 149 now, just a few seconds behind. Adam Flash has moved up 2 spots into 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry has gained 1 position, and is now in 11th place. Welcome back, Wayne94. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car racing. Elite 403 is gaining on Mist 149, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. New for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Delpack 41 has also moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Amy 8 has advanced to 8th place. Katsashok and Gina Jones are battling closely for 15. Wayne the Train has moved up to 19. Ian Harrison, Level 3. 1016 is advancing to 13th place. Queen Manda and Ian Harrison, Level 3. Von Sixer are battling closely for 13th place. Kasishuk is moving up to 15th place. Amy is now in 7th place. M2B Panda and Amy are battling closely for that position. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 9th place. Ingle McCringleberry is advancing 2 spots to take 7th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Adam Flash are closely battling for 6th place. Profi 1 is moving up 1 spot to take 11th place. Ingle McCringleberry is making a strong push, now in 4th place. Amy has gained 1 position, now in 7th. Ian Harrison Level 3000. 106 has moved up 2 spots, now in 10th. Congratulations to Henfadig on winning the race. That's an exciting achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Henfadig on winning the race. Well done. That was an exciting finish. And a big shout out to Elite 403 for winning the bet race. You can claim the 2006 Lamborghini Murcielago, a truly stunning modern street car. Also, congratulations to Ian Harrison Vavola 3106 for the most overtakes. You get the 2003 Ferrari 360 CS. A fantastic choice for a modern street car. Great racing, everyone! A fun fact about Dustbite Speedway is that it's designed to look like an old western desert town with lots of twists and turns that really test the driver's skills. The track also features a little surprise challenge in the middle, where cars have to dodge a quicksand pit, making the race even more exciting and unpredictable. Both of these cars are pretty classic and have their own strengths. The 1952 Cosmo is known for its powerful engine and vintage charm, but it might lack some of the modern advantages in handling. On the other hand, the 1963 Gajanian Watson is a bit newer, likely more streamlined, and potentially better in terms of agility and speed. Considering the car choices, I'd lean towards the 1963 Gajanian Watson for a slight advantage, especially if the track favors quick turns and maneuverability. But it's always exciting to see how these vintage beauties perform in an AI race. Who do you think will take the lead? Alright, everyone, the race is underway at Dustbite Speedway. Shanakar is starting on pole, driving a classic 1952 Cosmo Afi. It's going to be exciting to see how this vintage car performs against the modern challengers. Shanakar has taken the lead right at the start. Wolf's Light is in second place, and Kazishuk is holding third. The race is underway with a strong start from these top three. Gina Jones and Zufik are battling closely for 5th place. Ingo McCringleberry is moving up one spot to take 9. Ingo McCringleberry and Elite 403 are fighting hard for 8th place. Elite 403 is advancing 2 spots, and now in 6th place. Gina Jones and Elite 403 are closely battling for 6th position. Ingo McCringleberry and Wei Fuan are fighting hard for 8th place. Jackal is charging through the field, overtaking 17 cars to reach 13th place. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to 6th place. Elite 403 and Gina Jones are battling closely for 6th position. Gina Jones is making a strong move and has taken the lead. Elite 403 is also climbing up fast into 2nd place. Singoshi is advancing well, moving up to 22nd position. Wolf's Light is now in 3rd place, moving up one spot. Wolf's Light and Elite 403 are battling closely for 2nd place. Shanakar and Wolf's Light are also fighting hard for 3rd place. Candylite is now in 3rd place. Sufik has moved into 4th. Waifuan is in 5th after overtaking 3 cars. Katsushuk is now in first place after overtaking 7 cars. Wolf's Light has dropped back to 8th place. Tingoshi is climbing up the field, moving into 18th place after passing 3 cars. Vosteroy is making a strong push, climbing up to 2nd place after overtaking 23 cars. Shaneka and Vosteroy are locked in a close fight for 2nd position. Queen Manda and Wolf's Light are also battling closely for 9th place. Shanaka has moved up to 2nd place. Katsushuk and Shanaka are battling closely for the lead. Krandilai has advanced to 3rd place. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 4th place. Ian Harrison, Viva 3, 106, has gained 3 positions, now in 14. Singoshi is also moving up, now in 15. Starbex is making a strong move to the front, now in 1st place. Wolf's Light is closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, the gap shrinking fast. Figure 8 Sport has gained 3 positions, and is now in 21st place. NIST 149 is climbing fast, now in 20 position. Katsushuk is also moving up, now in 21. Gina Jones is making progress, now in 22. Starbex is dropping back to 22nd place. Wei Fuan is climbing up to 4th place. Green, amber, red, yellow is advancing to 6th place. Shadow Army is now in 7th place. Ian Harrison. Edison Viva 3, 1106, has moved into 8th place. Singoshi is in 9th place after overtaking 5 cars. Queen Manda is making a strong move up to 6th place. New for Life is also advancing fast, now in 7th place. Green, amber, red, yellow has dropped 9 positions, and is now in 19th place. Shadow Army is now in 6th place. Ian Harrison Vevo 3106 has moved into 7th. Singoshi is in 8th. They are all closing in on the top 5. Wolf's Light is making a strong move to the front, now in 1st place. GMN Prime is closing the gap on Singoshi fast, just 5.4 seconds behind. Six Lighter Gaming has gained 2 positions, now in 24th place. Wei Fuan is now in 1st place. Ingo McCringleberry is in 3rd place. Akanona has moved up to 8th place. Ian Harrison Veva 3. 1206 is climbing fast, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Singoshi is also making a move, now in 5th place after passing 6 cars. Digurate Sport is gaining ground, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Congratulations to Shanakar on winning the race. Great job out there. Congratulations to Shanakar for winning the race. Great job out there. Also, a big shout out to Elite 403 for setting the fastest lap. You can claim the 1963 Gachanian Watson, Hill, and Maya for making the most overtakes. You get to claim the 1960 Scarab Indy. Well done, everyone. Sure. A fun fact about the classic Indy cars is that they used to have a distinctive, open-wheel design, which made them look like flying bullets on the track. These cars were known for their incredible speed and agility, and back in the day, some models could reach speeds over 220 miles per hour. It's amazing to think about how tech and safety have evolved since then. But those classic cars definitely had a certain charm and raw racing spirit. Both of these cars are quite iconic and have their own strengths. The 1958 Maserati 250F was a legendary Formula One car known for its agility and handling, especially on twisty tracks. The 1960 Scarab Indy was built for high speeds and endurance, excelling in long straightaways like Daytona Superspeedway. Given the setting of Daytona, where top speed and aerodynamics matter a lot, I think Shadow Army in the Scarab Indy might have a slight advantage on this track. However, Maya's Maserati could still be a strong contender if the race involves lots of turns, or if they can stay close enough to take advantage of drafting. Overall, I'd lean toward Shadow Army in the Scarab Indy for this race, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Daytona Superspeedway. Bjorn Vortex is starting on pole driving a classic 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. This is going to be an exciting race with some incredible vintage cars. Mist 149 has taken the lead right from the start. Bjorn Vortex is in second place, closely followed by Martif 2 in third. The race is already heating up. ETA 994,488 and Martif 2 are locked in a close fight for third place. Mikey Chunk has gained one position and is now in 6th. Maya is also moving up one spot to 7th. The Fox 84 is making a huge push, overtaking 22 cars to take the lead. Mist 149 and the Fox 84 are now battling closely for the top spot. Meanwhile, Bjorn Vortex and Mist 149 are locked in a tight fight for second place. Gingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 10th place. Grinningjib is also moving up, now in 11th. New for Life has made a big push and is now in 12th. Mist 149 is holding a narrow lead over Marty Through for second place. Marty Freeze just overtook one car to move into fifth place. Mighty Chunk and Marty Freeze are battling closely for fifth position. Drew Champ is making a strong move up to third place. Move for Life is dropping back to 19th position. Marty Fu has gained one spot and is now in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. JC Productions has moved up to 12th place, also passing 3 cars. K-Staflex is in 14th place, gaining 3 positions as well. Don'ted Song 3 is dropping back, and now in 23rd place. Mardift Wu and Bjorn Vortex are nose to tail for the lead. Itish 994,488 and Mist 149 are also close for third place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Juno Scott the Leads has moved up to 7th place, also passing 3 cars. JC Productions is in 8th place, making a similar move. Mobius is climbing fast into 10th place. Zademoji Jamis is also making a strong push into 12th. Scrooge Champ is gaining ground, now in 22nd. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are still battling closely for 5th place. Mobius has moved up to 9th place. Mighty Chunk is now in 3rd place. Maya has moved up to 4th place. Juno Scott Leeds has climbed to 5th place. Mist 149 has fallen back to 16th place. Scrooge Champ is climbing fast, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mobius has moved up to 7th place. Daunted Song 3 is making a strong push, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Eunice Gottlieds is climbing well, now in 3rd place after gaining 2 positions. JC Productions is also advancing, now in 5th place after moving up 1 spot. Ebony Shadow is climbing fast, and has moved up to 4th place. Amy is also making a strong push, now in 5th after overtaking 5 cars. Katsishuk is gaining ground as well, now in 6th after passing 6 cars. Katsishuk and Amy are battling closely for 5th place. Xmat Stacks is advancing 1 spot to take 8th place. Red Dirt Bandit and Xmat Stacks are fighting hard for 8th position. Juno's Got the Leads is closing in on Antigina 94,488. The gap is now just a few seconds. Reddit Bandit has overtaken 3 cars and is now in 6th place. Hinkle McCringleberry has moved up 3 positions and is now in 11. Alright everyone, it seems the AI had a bit of a tough time navigating the track today, so we're going to end the race early. Don't worry though, the points for this race have already been counted. Thanks for hanging in there and watching. We'll get ready for the next race shortly. Congratulations to JC Productions on their victory at Daytona Superspeedway. That's an exciting achievement. Well done. Congratulations to JC Productions on winning the race. That was an exciting finish. Great job to everyone who participated. And a special shout out to Maya for winning the bet race. Maya, you can now claim the 1958 Maserati 250 classic car to add to your collection. Well done to all. Hey everyone! The time left to pick your car is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in so you don't miss out on the fun. We've got some exciting races coming up. If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the 2014 Mercedes A1 W05 Hybrid would have the best chance of winning at NOLA Motorsports Park. Its combination of speed, handling, and advanced hybrid technology made it a top contender that year. The track's mix of high-speed corners and technical sections would suit the Mercedes well. The others are impressive too, but based on their performance that season, the Mercedes seems like the strongest pick for a race on that circuit. Both of these cars are pretty fast, and have their own strengths. The Lotus E22 is known for its excellent aerodynamics and handling, especially on tight corners. The McLaren MP 429 is also a strong contender with a good balance of speed and stability. Given the track at NOLA Motorsports Park, which has a mix of fast sections and technical turns, I might lean slightly towards the McLaren because of its overall balance. But the Lotus could definitely surprise us with its agility. It's going to be an exciting race to watch. Who are you thinking will take the win? Hey everyone, the race at NOLA Motorsports Park just kicked off. Katsushuk is starting in first place, driving a 2014 Caterham CT05.0. Let's see how this unfolds. Katsushuk has taken the lead right from the start. Maya is in second place, closely followed by Jaime in third. The race is heating up early on. Jaime has just overtaken to take the lead at the front. Maya and Katsushuk are nose to nose for second place. Pebis 3 and Shadow Army are battling closely for fourth position. Amy is holding steady in 6th place. Kazushuk and Maya are still battling closely for 2nd. Pebis 3 is now in 4th place, moving up 1 spot. Shadow Tex and PHRE are battling closely for 6th place. P Morale has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Navling has also moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Danjutsan 3 is driving a Red Bull RB10 and is currently in 11th place. The race seems steady for them, with no overtakes or issues reported so far. Shadow Army and Plebis 3 are battling closely for 4th place. Gina Jones has moved up 2 spots to 8th. Navling and Fish the Husky are fighting hard for 10th. Dongjetsong 3 has moved up 2 spots to take the 11th position. El Mushis has gained 1 spot and is now in the 18th position. Hingle McCringleberry and El Mushis are close together, battling for the 18th spot. Nox Exodus is driving a Caterham CT-05. They are currently in the 16th place and seem to be making steady progress. Gina Jones is moving up to 7th place. Gina Jones and PHIRE are battling closely for 6th. Shadow Tex and Gina Jones are fighting for 7th. Navling has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Missed 149 and Navling are battling closely for 12th place. Nox Exodus is also climbing up 1 spot to 16th place. Gina Jones is moving up to 6th place. PHIE and Gina are battling closely for that position. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on El Mushis, cutting the gap by 1 second. Shadow Army is closing in on Plebis 3, now just 1 second behind. Shadow Tex has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Navling and Dongerzong 3 are battling closely for 11th place. Squatbender's car is a Caterham CT-05. They are currently in the last place, and their lap time is the slowest in the race. Shadow Army has just overtaken someone to move into 4th place. Gina Jones is right behind in 5th. They are close together, battling for 4th. Navling has moved up to 10th place. Nox Exodus is now in 15th. Jacko and Amy are battling closely for 16th place. Squatbender is making a strong move, overtaking 19 cars to reach the front. Highmise and Squatbender are now battling closely for the lead. Kazushuk and Gina Jones are fighting hard for 5th place. Highmise has just moved up to 1st place. Maya has also gained a position and is now in 2nd. Shadow Army is climbing and is now in 3rd place. Shadow Tex has moved up to 5th place. Navling has advanced to 9th place. Jacko is closing in on Nox Exodus, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hey AI Airfail, welcome back. Great to see you here again. Hope you enjoy the race and have fun hanging out with us today. Navlin has moved up to 8th place. Nox Exodus is now in 14th place. Jackal has climbed 15th place. Noon for Life is now in 11th place. Fish the Husky and New for Life are battling closely for that spot. Nox Exodus and Dungazon 3 are also fighting hard for 13th place. Congratulations to Haimais on winning the race. That's an exciting achievement. Well done. Wow, huge congratulations to Haimais for winning the race. That was an exciting race to watch. And a big shout out to New for Life for winning the bet race. You can claim the 2014 Lotus E22. Gina Jones, you did an amazing job with the most overtakes, so you can also claim the 2014 Lotus E22. Great effort everyone, and I can't wait to see what happens in the next race. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is almost up. Make sure to lock in your choices now if you haven't already. We don't want you to miss out on the fun. Hey Doubles the Clown! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Wow, this is a really interesting matchup. Both cars are from the early 70s and quite iconic in racing history. The Porsche 917K driven by Gina Jones is a legendary car known for its balance and speed. On the other hand, Torgus is racing in the 917, which is famous for its long-tail design aimed at high-speed stability. Given the differences, I think Gina's car might have a slight edge on Sonoma's twisty and technical sections because of its shorter tail and agility. But Torgus' 917 could excel on the straights and high-speed corners, making it a close call. If I had to pick, I'd say Gina might have a tiny advantage just because of the car's characteristics fitting the Sonoma Indy layout better. But it's definitely going to be an exciting race to see who comes out on top. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Sonoma Indy. Maya is starting on pole position, driving a classic 1971 Ferrari 512M in the prototype's 1970 class. Let's see how she goes. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Maya in first place, Raphael in second, and I'm in third place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is gaining speed and has overtaken 3 cars to reach 26th place. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to 3rd place. Amy and Shadow Army are closely battling for 3rd position. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Global Sixer and Dr. Nefarious 217 are still battling closely for 7th place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Katsushuk is now in 13th place. Beat Swiskif has moved up to 15th. Cobber is in 21st. Gina Jones is now in 7th place, moving up 2 spots. Bubbles the Clown has advanced to 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Okinabaka is in 10th place, moving up 2 spots. So Honesto is climbing fast, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Ayafael has moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Maya and Arafael are closely battling for 1st place. So Honesto is climbing fast, now in 21st place. Anonymous 93 is also gaining ground, now in 24th. Maya has moved up 1 spot to lead the race. Okinabaka has moved up to 10th place. Koba has advanced to 18th place. Kaiosify and Kikaslutty X3 are battling closely for 24th place. Kaiosify has moved up 1 spot to 24th place. Globosl is gaining on Bacho Grande, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. The Empress is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar in the vintage Trans Am class de Ostoichel. They are currently in 22nd place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Nebion 100 is gaining on Catgirl TM, closing the gap to just over a second. So Honesto is catching Sion quickly, closing the distance by a full second. Global Cell is making a strong move, reducing the gap to Bacho Grande by nearly 3 seconds. Shadow Army is currently in 3rd place, driving a 1970 Ferrari 512 S Coda Lunga. They have the fastest lap time of 1:45.654, indicating strong pace. Their race looks competitive so far. Torgus is gaining on Kazishuk, closing the gap to just over a second. Tangadaki TTV and Sohonesto are battling closely for the 20th position. Globus X is catching Bacho Grande, cutting the distance by 2.4 seconds. Jackal is gaining on me, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Globus Exo is also catching up to Bacho Grande, closing the distance by over 2 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is moving up 1 spot to 12th place. Beatswitchkef is closing in on Torgus and has reduced the gap by 1.5 seconds. Cobber has moved up to 17th place. Sineng is now in 18th place. Tangadaki TTV has advanced to 20th place. Tangadaki TTV is making a strong push and is now in 9th place. Bacho Grande is also climbing up, now in 25th place after overtaking 3 cars. Vusterroy has fallen back 9 positions and is now in 28th place. Vusterroy is climbing fast, now in 17th place. No Full Life has moved up to 5th place. Bubbles the Clown is now in 9th place after gaining 1 spot. Cobber has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Xinan has gained 2 spots, now in 18th. Tug on It DTV also moved up 2 spots, now in 19th. Jackal and New For Life are battling closely for 5th place. Bubbles. The Clown is gaining on Dr. Nefarious, 217, closing the gap by 1 second. The Empress has moved up 1 spot to take 26th place. Congratulations, Maya. That's fantastic news. Great job winning the race. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Well done! And a big shout out to Gina Jones for winning the bet race. She can now claim the 1970 Porsche 917K. That's an incredible prize. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Ricardo Tormo is a circuit with sharp corners and technical sections, so a car that can navigate turns quickly and maintain stability would perform very well. Acceleration and braking are also important to manage the tight corners effectively. Overall, a balanced car that excels in maneuverability and responsiveness would be ideal for this track. Alright everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your selections in before it's too late. Only a few seconds left. That's a pretty interesting matchup. The 1992 Audi V8 8 Quattro is known for its all-wheel drive system, which could give it an advantage in handling and stability, especially on a track like Riccardo Tormo, which has some tight corners and fast sections. The 1988 Mitsubishi Starion, while a fun and sporty car, is a rear-wheel drive and might not have the same grip and control in those conditions. Based on the cars alone, I might lean towards Jackal's Audi for the win, but the AI racing skill and track conditions could always shake things up. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Riccardo Tormo, and leading the pack in Group A is Hingle McCringleberry, driving a classic 1993 Porsche 911 Carrera RSR. He's got a great start. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Hingle McCringleberry has taken the lead right at the start. New for Life is in second place, closely followed by Jackal in third. The race is heating up already. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are still locked in a close fight for the lead. Maya has just overtaken one car to move into third place. Jackal and Maya are now battling hard for third position. New for Life has taken the lead now in first place. Kazi Shuk has moved up to third place. Gina Jones is climbing to seventh place. The track seems to favor the group of cars with the top two positions, likely due to their speed and handling. The BTC cars are spread out, indicating a mix of performance on this circuit. Jackal has moved up one spot to take fourth place. Amazon Elias Taylor has gained 2 positions to sit in sixth. Aussie Duo Nu has moved up one spot to occupy 10th place. Amazon Elias Taylor is now in 5th place. Mist 149 has moved up to 10th place. Cheese and Dash Shower and Balsamic Vintu are battling closely for 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are battling hard for the lead. Kazi Shuk is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry for second place. Maya is making a move and has just climbed up to 5th place. Kazi Shuk has overtaken Hingle McCringleberry to take second place. Hingle McCringleberry and Kazi Shuk are battling closely for second position. Amazon Elias Taylor has gained 2 spots and is now in 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to take second place. Maya is closing in on Jackal, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya and Jackal are battling closely for 5th place. Amy has advanced to 6th place. Itashi 994,488 and Shadow Army are battling closely for 9th place. Cloudy has moved up to 13th place. Amazonella Stela has moved up to 3rd place. Iteshin 194,488 has advanced to 9th place. Cloudy and Aussie 2002 are battling closely for 12th place. Kingle McCringleberry and Move for Life are battling fiercely for the lead. Amy is closing the gap on Jackal, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Cloudy has moved up 1 spot and is now in 12th place. Itachina 194,488 has moved up 1 place to take 8th position. Gina Jones and Itachina 194,488 are closely battling for 8th place. Balsamic Vintwu 183 has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th place. Amazonelis Estale is now in 1st place. Chizandashua has moved up to 15. Big Gold Nerd is now in 16. Balsamic Intful 183 has moved up to 10th place. Big Old Nerd has climbed to 15th place. Kufo is now in 17th place. Balsamic Vintful is gaining on Gina Jones and has cut the gap by 1 second. Big Gold Nerd and Beth Raylene are battling closely for the 14th position. Aussie 2002 and Kufo are fighting it out for the 17th spot. Congratulations on your fantastic win. Well done on your great performance at Ricardo Tormo. Congratulations to Nugdu for Life for winning the race. Well done. Also, big shout out to Kazashuk for getting the fastest lap and the most overtakes. You can claim the 1989 Ford Sierra S500. And JQ, congratulations on winning the Bet race. You've earned the 1992 Audi Vive A4. Great racing, everyone. A fun fact about the V8 supercars racing class is that these cars are specifically built to look and feel like real road cars, but are heavily modified for racing. They share a lot of their body shape and design with the production models, which makes the races really exciting because fans can often recognize their favorite cars from the street. Plus, the V8 engines produce incredible sound, making the races even more thrilling for fans. Wow, this is an interesting matchup. The Nissan Altima from 2013 is a solid and reliable car, but it's not really known for speed or agility compared to a Mustang. The 2019 Ford Mustang, on the other hand, is built for performance with a more powerful engine and sportier handling. I'd lean toward the Mustang having a better shot at winning this race because of its stronger performance capabilities, especially on a track like Atlanta Motorsports Park. But, hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. What do you guys think? Alright everyone, the race is underway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Hoda 3, driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB, is starting in pole position. Let's see how they hold up. Papa Mark has taken the lead right from the start. Hoda 3 is in second place, closely behind. Gina Jones is currently in third position, making a strong early move. Simpler Markers is now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Eskies has also moved up 3 spots, now in 16th place. Ren Winter has gained 2 positions and is now in 5th place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Dr. Keeps Appleway has also advanced 1 position, now in 15th. Morgan 771 and Dr. Keeps Appleway are battling closely for 13th place. Mugen 771 is in the 12th position, driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. Their race seems steady, but they are currently behind several drivers. Bjorn Vortex and Daisy Chains are battling closely for 10th place. Shadow Army and Death Pod are fighting hard for 22nd position. Bjorn Vortex has moved up 1 spot to take place. Daisy Chains and Bjorn Vortex are now battling closely for 10th place. Maya has also gained 1 position and is now in 17th place. Daisy Chains is moving up to take the 10th place. Bjorn Vortex and Daisy Chains are battling closely for that position. Bjorn Vortex has moved up to 10th place. Daisy Chains is right behind, both fighting for that same position. Unstable is driving a 2007 Holden Commodore VB. They are currently in the 21st position and seem to be struggling a bit behind the leaders. Amy is currently in 8th place with a 2019 Ford Mustang. The race seems competitive with some cars still on their fastest laps. Bay 39 has moved up to 14th place. Jackal has advanced to 18th place. Swell Pacey and Jackal are battling closely for 18th place. Mugen 71 is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. They are currently in the 13th place, and their fastest lap is 1 minute, 22.526 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they might want to improve their lap time to catch up. Haidian is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. They are currently in third place and have the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute, 19.899 seconds. Their race looks strong so far. Third 3 is now in second place. Ren Winter and Move for Life are close together, fighting for fourth. Ren Winter has moved up to take fourth place. Ren Winter and Gina Jones are battling closely for third place. Bjorn Vortex has moved up to ninth place. Ren Winter is trying to hold off Gina Jones for third place. Eskies and Dr. Keep Appleway are close together, battling for 15th. Ren Winter moves up to third place. Chris 44 is gaining on Woofer Life, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Congratulations to Famaka on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Famaka. That was an incredible race, and they really deserved that win. Great driving. Sure. A fun fact about vintage slow cars racing class is that even though these cars might not be the fastest on the track, they often have a lot of character and charm. Their design reflects the style and engineering of their time, making each race not just about speed, but also about appreciating history and craftsmanship. It's like watching a living piece of automotive art compete in the race. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in so you don't miss out on the race. We're about to get started soon. Interesting matchup. The 1972 BMW CSL is known for its balance and agility, especially with its lightweight design. On the other hand, the 1970 Porsche 914-6 has a reputation for good handling and a sporty feel. Considering the track, and the characteristics of each car, I'd say the BMW might have a slight edge in this race, due to its reputation for being a formidable competitor on twisty tracks. But, of course, the Porsche's handling could make things exciting. I'm curious to see how they perform. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Buxton Rumbler track. Simpler Markers is starting on pole, with a classic 1961 MG, a 1600 Mark II Dewey. Let's see how it performs. Ingle McCringleberry is leading the race, with Simple Markers in second and Gina Jones in third. The race has just begun, so let's see how they hold their positions. Welcome back, Isasux. It's great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. New for Life is now in third place. Archeron and 92 has moved up to fourth. Wayne the Train and Shadow Army are battling closely for sixth place. Shadow Army has just overtaken one car to move into fifth place. Gilded Sarcophagi has also gained a position and is now in seventh. Rebel Kitty and Forte Afro are battling closely for 10th place, with little space between them. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up to 6th place. Maya has also gained one spot and is now in 12th. Maya and Rebel Kitty are close together, fighting for 11th place. Archeron 92 is climbing up to 3rd place. Wayne the Train is advancing to 7th place. Rebel Kitty and Forte Afro are battling closely for 10th place. New for Life is now in 3rd place. Rebel Kitty and Forte Afro are battling closely for 10th place. Rebel Kitty is holding a slight lead over Maya for 11th place. Rebel Kitty is trying to defend that position as Maya looks for an opportunity to overtake. Simpler Markers is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, now just a second and a bit behind. Yesnin 196 has moved up one spot and is now in 12th place. Yasnin 196 is driving a 1971 Puma GTB. They are currently in 14th place, and their fastest lap is just over 23 seconds. The race looks competitive with a tight pack of vintage street cars. New for Life has moved up to 2nd place. Yesnin 196 has advanced to 12th place. Simpler Marcus is driving a 1961 MGA 1600 Mark II. They are currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap time of 22.599 seconds. Their race seems steady so far. Wayne the Train is driving a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. He is currently in 8th place and has the fastest lap time among the vintage street cars at 22.05 seconds. His race looks steady so far. New for Life is driving a 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. They are currently in 2nd place and have the 2nd fastest lap time in the race. Hingle McCringleberry is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to win this race. The vintage slow cars class with older models seems to create close competition with varied lap times. The track likely favors handling and finesse over raw speed, leading to tight battles and overtakes. Archeron 192 is driving a 1964 Porsche 901 Dot. They are currently in 4th place and have a fastest lap of 22.278 seconds. Their race looks steady with a strong position. Move for Life is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and has closed the gap by 1/4 seconds. Archeron 192 has moved up 1 position to take 3rd place. Simple Markers and Archeron 192 are battling closely for 3rd place. Cheryl Manzerosis is driving a 1969 Triumph TR6 Darkstone. They are currently in the 15th position, close behind Amy, who is in 14th. The race seems competitive with tight lap times among the top drivers. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up to 4th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Shadow Army, cutting the gap by 3.2 seconds. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry on winning the race. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. And great news, Hingle McCringleberry. You also set the fastest lap, so you get to claim the vintage beauty, the 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aeroline. What an awesome prize! Sure. A fun fact about the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro is that it was actually the first year of the Camaro's production, and it was designed to compete with the Ford Mustang. It quickly became an American muscle car icon, and is still loved by car enthusiasts today. Alright everyone, the time to choose your cars is coming to an end soon. Make sure to get your picks in before it's too late. We want to see your favorite cars out on the track. Both cars are pretty iconic and have their own strengths. The BMW M1 Pro car is known for its balance and agility, especially on tight tracks like Abyssy West. On the other hand, the Porsche 911 Carrera RSR has a legendary reputation for its handling and rear engine stability. Considering the track and the car's characteristics, I think the BMW might have a slight edge with its mid-engine layout, providing better balance for the twists and turns. But the Porsche's handling could definitely make it a close race. It's going to be an exciting matchup to watch. Who do you think will take it? The race just kicked off at Abyssy West, and leading the pack is the Group 4 Jackal in a classic 1977 Holden Tirana, a 9X exciting start. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are Jackal in first place, Gina Jones in second, and Ezershix in third. Ezershix has moved up one spot to take second place. Gina Jones and Ezershix are battling closely for second. I am moving up one spot to take eighth. Gina Jones and Ezershix are battling closely for second place. The Vin XD has moved up one spot to fifth. Dora Rogue is closing in on New Life, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Amy's car is a 1977 Jaguar XJS. She's currently in 9th place and maintaining a steady pace. The race looks competitive with close positions around her. Gina Jones and Ezershix are battling closely for second place. Move for Life is climbing up to 5th place. I'm moving up to 8th place. Gina Jones and Ezershix are battling closely for second place. The Vin XD is gaining on New for Life, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. I am closing in on Dora Rogue, narrowing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Haha, looks like the chat's having a good time. Maybe we should suggest a handbrake challenge for the AI. See if they can handle the tight turns without it. Keep the fun coming, folks. Maya has moved up to 3rd place. Dingoshi is gaining on Shadow Army, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Singoshi is driving a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. They are currently in 14th place and seem to be holding steady without any major overtakes happening around them. Singoshi is driving a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro Tour. They are currently in 14th place, so it looks like they are trying to catch up and improve their position. The track seems to favor the faster, more agile cars like the Holden Tirana and Camaro. The tight corners might be challenging for the slower cars, causing some gaps in the standings. The Group 4 cars are quite evenly matched, but the track at Ibiza West favors lighter, agile cars. The top positions are held by cars with good balance and handling, like the Holden Torana and Chevrolet Camaro. The Jaguar XJA, driven by me, is slightly behind, likely due to the track's demands on cornering and acceleration. The Group 4 cars are quite close in performance, but the track at Ibiza West favors handling and agility. The race is tight with some overtakes happening, especially with cars like the Jaguar XJS and Camaro. The combination seems to reward drivers who can maintain consistent lap times and manage their cars well through corners. Jacko is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control to finish strong. Shadow Army is driving a 1977 Jaguar XJS. They are currently in 14th place, and their lap time is just under 12 seconds. It looks like they are maintaining a steady pace, but still have some ground to make up. Gina Jones is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. She started in 2nd place and is currently in 5th. Her fastest lap is 1:8.68, which is quite competitive. She seems to be maintaining a strong position in the middle of the pack. Maya is driving a 1966 Shelby Cobra 427C. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute 8.872 seconds. Their race looks steady so far. Amy is currently in 8th place with her Jaguar XJS. Her fastest lap is 1:12.338, which is slower than most of the top racers. She's maintaining her position but has some room to improve her lap times. Maya is currently in 3rd place with her Shelby Cobra 427C. She has a fastest lap of 1 minute 8.872 seconds. Her race looks steady, staying close behind the 2nd place Camaro. Jackal is leading the race with a 1977 Holden Torana A9X. It has the fastest lap so far at 1 minute 7.048 seconds. The race looks smooth for them so far. Congratulations on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Wow, huge congratulations to Jackal for winning the race. That was really exciting to watch. Also, Congratulations to Jackal for setting the fastest lap. You can claim the 1977 Holden Tirana, a 9X. Great job there. Now here for life. You did an amazing job winning the bet race. You get to claim the 1974 Porsche 911 Carrera RS, are well earned. And to SR6, doing the most overtakes is no easy feat. You can claim the 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Awesome effort all around. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since a Kutama reverse has lots of twists and turns, a car that can maneuver quickly and stay glued to the road would perform the best. Good cornering capabilities and stability are key to navigating the curves smoothly. Power is still important, but being able to control the car through sharp bends and maintain high speeds without losing grip would be what I value most. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your picks in before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the fun. Both cars have their strengths. The Honda Civic Type R is known for its agility and sharp handling, which could give it an edge on a tricky course like a Kutama reverse. The Lexus ISF, on the other hand, has a powerful engine and a bit more weight, so it might be more stable at higher speeds. Given the technical nature of the track, I think the Civic Type R might have a slight advantage because of its nimbleness, but it will be close. It really depends on how well each driver can handle their car's strengths. My bet is on the Honda Civic Type R to come out ahead. Welcome back, Vostroy. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at a Kutama reverse. The modern slow cars class, new for life, is starting on pole with the 2005 Honda SXR GT. Let's see how it goes. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are New for life. In first place, Themis Gracious in second, and Wayne the Train in third. Gina Jones is advancing to the fourth place. Squatbender and Gina Jones are closely contesting for fourth. Jackal and Squatbender are also in a tight fight for fifth. Gina Jones is climbing to third place. Gina Jones and Themis Gracious are battling closely for second. Jackal is moving up to fifth place. Gina Jones is now in second place. Jackal is in 4th place. Balsamic Vint 283 has moved up to 17th place. Rebel Kitty has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Mist 149 and Rebel Kitty are closely battling for 8th. The Kaiju and Kazishuk are fighting hard for 10th place. Jackal and Themisgracious are nose to tail for 3rd place. Katishuk has gained 1 position and is now in 10th. Mist 149 and Kazishuk are battling closely for 9th place. Jackal is now in 3rd place. The Kaiju has moved up to 10th place. Ezra6 and Maya are battling closely for 12th place. Swatbender is making a move, and is now in 6th place. Someone is also closing in, and is now in 7th place. Kazishuk and Rebel Kitty are still battling closely for 8th place. Wayne the Train is holding strong in the fight for 5th place. Someone is closing in on him, making it a tight battle. Kazishuk has gained 2 spots, and is now in 7th place. Amy is moving up 1 spot to take the 4th place. Squatbender is also climbing 1 spot to reach 7th place. Katsushuk and Squatbender are close together, battling for 7th place. Gina Jones has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Themisgracious has moved up to 4th place. Katsushuk has gained 2 positions and is now in 6th place. Ezra6 is currently in 13th place, with an Alpine of 110 from 2018. The race looks competitive with close positions, but Ezra6 is maintaining a steady pace. Jackal is gaining on Nufu Life, closing the gap by over a second. Maya and Rebel Kitty are battling closely for 10th place. I am moving up 1 spot to 12th. Jackal is advancing to 2nd place. Kazishuk is now in 5th place. Maya has moved up to 10th place. Jackal is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Balsamic Vint 83 has moved up 1 spot to 17th place. Balsamic Vint 83 is driving a 2011 Infiniti G37 Coupe PL. They are currently in the 18th place, just behind Mist 149. The race seems competitive with close positions. The modern streetcars class seems competitive with a mix of different models. The Okutama reverse track favors handling and agility, which benefits smaller cars like the Lotus Elise and Honda Civic Type RS. Overall, the variety keeps the race tight and unpredictable. Themisgracious has moved up to 3rd place. Themisgracious and Jackal are battling closely for 2nd. Squatbender is closing the gap on Wayne the Train, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Katsushuk is gaining on Move for Life quickly, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Izu6 has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Rebel Kitty and Izu6 are battling closely for 12th place. The Kaiju is gaining on Squat Bender, closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Rebel Kitty has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Izu6 and Rebel Kitty are battling closely for 12th place. Katsushuk has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Someone is also moving up 1 spot to 5th place. Izu6 is climbing to 12th place. Demis Gracious is driving a 2015 Nissan 370Z, Nissan LTLT. They are currently in 3rd place and have the 2nd fastest lap of the race. The modern street cars class seems competitive with a mix of quick lap times and close positions. The Okutama reverse track favors handling and agility, which benefits smaller cars like the Lotus Elise and Honda Civic Type R overall. Car performance and driver skill are balancing out, keeping the race tight. Amy is currently in the 12th place, close behind Hingle McCrinkleberry, who is in 14th. If they push hard, they could overtake soon. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Great job winning the race at a Kotama reverse. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the race. That was an incredible performance. Well done on the victory. And congratulations to everyone for their achievements today. Katsushuk, with that lightning fast lap, you can claim the 2016 Porsche 718 Boxster S Amy. Since I won the bet race, I will be claiming the 2017 Honda Civic Type R, and Gina, with the most overtakes, you get to take home the sleek 2010 Jaguar XF-R. Thanks to everyone for tuning in and cheering on the AI drivers. Stay tuned for more exciting races. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Camino Viejo de Montserrat, full circuit, has a lot of twists and turns, so a car that can navigate curves smoothly and maintain stability at high speeds would be essential. Acceleration and braking are also crucial, but the key here is how well the car can stay glued to the road through tight corners. Hey everyone! If you want to remove a car from the race, just type !remove, followed by the number of the car you want to remove. For example, if you want to remove car number 3, type !remove 3. It's a quick way to have a say in which cars keep racing. Welcome back to the stream. Nisanthes Nuts and Green Amber Red Yellow. So glad to see you both return. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other, so sit back and enjoy the action. Welcome back, Askais to French Stars. Glad to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. It looks like someone might be getting a bit impatient. Don't worry everyone, the race is about to heat up. Just sit back and enjoy the chaos of these AI drivers battling it out. If anyone wants to join the fun, remember to type !race with your chosen car number. Hey everyone! If you want to check out the creator's Twitter, Everlasting Apex, and give him some support, just type !Twitter in chat, and you'll get the link. It's always great to see all of you supporting the stream and the creator. Hey Cedric! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Wow, that sounds really exciting. I'll be sure to tell everyone in chat about the custom career mode app for Assetto Corsa and Automobilista. To Wendy. Make sure to check out the Discord for all the details or type !career app in chat to get more information. Thanks for sharing that cool feature with us. Hey everyone! The time to choose your car is almost up, so make sure to get your pick in before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on your chance to see which car will race next. Both cars have a vintage charm, but the 1935 Aston Martin Ulster is known for its agility and performance in racing during its time. The Delage 2 LCV, while classic and stylish, was more of a luxury touring car. I would lean towards EZ6, with the Aston Martin Ulster having a slight edge in this race, thanks to its racing pedigree and design. It'll be exciting to see how they perform on Camino Viejo de Montserrat full circuit. Thanks to EZ6 for the race request. The race is just beginning at the Camino Viejo de Montserrat full circuit track. Amin San is starting on pole, driving a 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix. Let's see how they do. The race has just started, and Gina Jones is leading the pack. Amin San is in second place, and Wayne, the train, is currently in third. New for Life and Amy are battling closely for fifth place. Nisantednots has moved up one spot to ninth. Nisantednots and Cydric are fighting hard for 10th position. Enwu for Life is now in 5th place. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 6th place. Amy and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 6th place. Wayne the Train is now in 1st place. EZ6 has moved up to 11th place. Dale Earnhardt is now in 13th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is now in 3rd place, moving up one spot. New for Life has also moved up one spot into 4th place. Cydric has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th place. Gina Jones is gaining on Enwu for Life, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Cydric is closing in on Amy, reducing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Nisantednots is catching up to Cydric, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up to 4th place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Enwu for Life, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. Electric Mary is closing in on Nisantednots, narrowing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Nisantednots is closing in on Mist 149 rapidly, cutting the gap by 5.7 seconds. Electric Mary has moved up one spot to take 9th place. Shadow Army has also gained 1 position, now in 13th place. Gina Jones is dropping back to 12th place. Mew Mew for Life is climbing to 4th place. The Spanish Inquisition is moving up to 5th place. Gina Jones is falling back to 21st place. Cedric is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Shadow Army is moving up to 12th place. Shadow Army is now in 10th place. Ezeshix is right behind in 11th. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 15. The battle for P11 is heating up. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Electric Mary, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Dale Earnhardt has moved up 1 spot to 12. Joey is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Aminsan is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Green Amber Red Yellow is catching up to Aminsan, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Shadow Army is gaining on Nisantes Nuts, and now just a few car lengths behind. Izotix is right behind Dale Earnhardt, closing the gap steadily. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Electric Murray, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Shadow Army is closing in on Nissan Tesnuts, reducing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take the 14th position. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on New for Life, now just under a second behind. Cydric is closing the distance to Amy, now only 1.9 seconds apart. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 13th place. Mist 149 is gaining on Necrophantasm, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Joey is catching up to Maya, reducing the distance by 1 second. Azkaista French Stars has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Nissan Tidnotes is gaining on Uncanny Buddy. The gap is shrinking fast. Gina Jones is closing in on Azkaista French Stars. Mist 149 is making a move on Necrophantasm, closing the distance. Shadow Army is dropping back to 18th place. Cedric is gaining on Amy, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to 11th place. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Electric Murray, closing the gap by 1 second. Necrophantasm has moved up 2 spots to take 18th place. Mist 149 has also moved up 2 spots to 19th place. Necrophantasm is gaining on Ezra6, closing the gap by 7.7 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Green Amber Red Yellow is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just over a second. Ingo McCringleberry is narrowing the distance to Dale Earnhardt, now less than a second behind. Necrophantasm has moved up one position and is now in the 17th place. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1928 Mercedes-Benz SS. They are currently in 12th place with a fastest lap of 1:37.577. The race seems competitive for them, staying close to the top 10. Nissan Tetnotes is dropping back to 16th place. Sidrek is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by 2:30 seconds. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to 10th place. Nuez is trying to hold off the Spanish Inquisition for 4th place. Necrophantasm has gained one position and is now in 16. Mist 149 has also moved up one spot into 17th. Wayne the Train is leading the race in a Fiat 805-405 from 1923. His fastest lap is 1:37.08, which is quite competitive. He seems to be maintaining a strong pace at the front. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Electric Marie, closing the gap by 5 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Uncanny Buddy has also moved up one spot, now in 8th place. Sidrek is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Electric Mary is catching up to Uncanny Buddy, reducing the distance by 1 second. Askeister French Stars has moved up one spot to take the 14th position. Easer6 is climbing up 2 spots to take the 17th place. Mist 149 and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 18th. Necrophantasm is now just a few seconds behind Lord of the Jungle. Gina Jones is gaining on Ezer6 quickly. Mist 149 and Gina Jones are battling closely for the 18th position. Nissan Tetnotes is closing in on Ezer6 rapidly, reducing the gap by 8.2 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to take 17th place. Mist 149 has also moved up one spot to take 18th place. Nissan Tetnotes is gaining fast on Ezer6, now just a few seconds behind. Sidrek is closing in on me, reducing the gap to 2.5 seconds. Move for Life is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just under a second. Ask Heist to French Stars is catching up to Joey quickly, closing the distance by over a second. Gina Jones is also making moves, reducing the gap to Necrophantasm by a full second. Necrophantasm is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Ezer6 has moved up one spot to take 18th place. Welcome back. 19 Vod K. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Nonstop is rapidly catching SR6, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on Amundsen, cutting the distance by just over a second. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Electric Murray, reducing the gap slightly more than a second. Nissan Tednutz is gaining on SR6 and is now just a few seconds behind. Green, amber, red, yellow is catching up to Amundsen, closing the gap slightly. The Spanish Inquisition is also making progress and is now closer to green, amber, red, yellow. The Spanish Inquisition is now just a second behind green, amber, red, yellow. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Electric Murray, closing the gap to just over a second. Mist 149 is catching up to Gina Jones, now less than a second apart. SR6 is now just a few seconds behind Mist 149. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow. Nissan Tednutz is closing the gap with SR6. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Electric Murray and has closed the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is catching Necrophantasm, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Nissan Tednutz is closing in on SR6 and has cut the gap by 2.9 seconds. Cedric is gaining on Amy with a 2.3 second difference. Askeist to French Stars is closing in on Joey, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up one spot to take 22nd place. Cedric is driving a 1927 Delage 15Z, a classic racing car known for its engineering and speed. They are currently in 8th place, with a best lap time of 1:37.82. The race seems competitive for them, but they need to improve their lap times to move higher. SR6 is gaining on Mist 149, closing the gap by 5 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition and Amundsen are battling closely for 3rd place. Amy has moved up one spot to 5th. Cedric is gaining fast on Amy, closing the gap by 5.4 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up one spot to take 3rd place. Life has also moved up one spot, now in 5th place. Cedric and Amy are battling closely for 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Uncone B Buddy, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Maya has moved up one spot and is now in 13th position. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on Wayne the Train, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Uncanny Buddy and Cedric are battling closely for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Uncanny Buddy, reducing the distance by 1.8 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the gap to just a few seconds. Amy and No for Life are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Uncanny Buddy has moved up 1 spot to take 7th. Essex is closing in on the Santeznets, cutting the gap by 10.6 seconds. Amundsen is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Uncanny Buddy has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Mist 149 is rapidly catching Essex, now just 8.5 seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Electric May is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the gap by 3.8 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Cydric and closing the gap quickly. Dale Earnhardt is catching up to Electric Mary steadily. Gina Jones is narrowing the distance to Necrophantasm. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 10th place. Nissan Ternotz is gaining on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Electric Mary is maintaining the lead at the front. Joey and Maya are battling closely for 12th place. Askais to French Stars is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Amundsen is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the gap to just over a second. Uncanny Buddy is catching up to Nibby for Life quickly, now only 1.7 seconds behind. Cedric is closing in on me, reducing the distance to about 2.7 seconds. Amundsen is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Joey is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Necrophantasm is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Necrophantasm is gaining on Askais the French Stars, closing the gap to just over 7 seconds. Jacko is closing in on Essex, now less than 8 seconds behind. Uncanny Buddy is catching up to No for Life, with the gap down to just over 1 second. Uncanny Buddy is now just behind No for Life, and looks ready to make a move. Cedric is gaining on me, and closing the distance. Dale is hot on Hingle McCringleberry's tail, trying to overtake Sue. No for Life is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Cedric quickly, now less than a second apart. Gina Jones is also closing in on Necrophantasm, reducing the distance to about a second. Wayne the Train is feeling the pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gains on him. Hingle McCringleberry climbs up to 8th place. Necrophantasm is closing in on Askais the French Stars, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Jacko is rapidly catching Essex, now just a few seconds behind. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on Woofer Life, gaining a little ground. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing the gap with Amy, getting closer with every lap. Wayne the Train is feeling the pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gains on him. Lord of the Jungle and Naya are battling closely for 13th place. Nissan Tednotes is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Wayne the Train's gap is shrinking as the Spanish Inquisition gains ground. Electric Mary is closing in on Joey quickly. Askeister French Stars has moved up one spot to 14th place. Uncanny Buddy is in 7th place, with a solid pace, while Izzy 6 is quite behind in 19th. Uncanny Buddy has a good chance to stay ahead if they keep consistent. Green Amber Red Yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, now just a second behind. Uncanny Buddy is catching up to New for Life, closing the gap by over a second. Wayne the Train is under pressure with the Spanish Inquisition gaining ground. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on No Move for Life. Quickly, Cydric is making a strong move on Hingle McCringleberry. Askeister to French Stars is gaining on Electromarie, closing the gap to just over 6 seconds. Jackal is catching Ezra 6, cutting the distance by 1 second. Joey is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, now just 1 second behind. Mist 149 is closing in on Jackal, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Joey is now just behind Dale Earnhardt, the gap shrinking rapidly. Nissan Tednuts is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the distance quickly. Green Amber Red Yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Dale Earnhardt is closing the gap on Cydric, getting closer with every lap. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on now Woofer Life, now just a few car lengths behind. Dale Earnhardt is catching up to Cydric steadily. Cydric is now just a few seconds behind Hingle McCringleberry. Nissan Technotes is closing the distance to Gina Jones steadily. Jackal is gaining on Easy 6 quickly, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Wayne the Train is feeling the pressure. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on him. Maya is catching up to Joey quickly. Nissan Technotes is closing in on Gina Jones. The gap is shrinking fast. Amy is gaining on Uncanny Buddy and is now just a few seconds behind. As Haste the French Stars is catching up to Electric Mary, and the gap is shrinking. Necrophantasm is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, getting closer with every lap. Amy is gaining on Uncanny Buddy, and now just a few seconds behind. Nissan Technotes is closing in on Gina Jones. The gap is shrinking quickly. Jackal is rapidly catching Nezza 6, now just a few seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap steadily. Uncanny Buddy is also closing in on End We Fu Life, inching closer with every lap. Toll. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 7th place, moving up one spot. Amy and Hingle are battling closely for 7th position. Maya is gaining on Joey, cutting the gap down to 1 second. Mist 149 is driving a 1937. Era Type B. They are currently in 21st place, and their fastest lap is 1:39.304. The racing's competitive for them, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is now just a few seconds behind the Spanish Inquisition. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Askais the French Stars. Gina Jones is closing in on Necrophantasm with a strong push. Jackal is rapidly catching Ezra 6 and is now just over 10 seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Amundsen is inching closer to Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the distance by a little over 1 second. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Joey rapidly, closing the gap by 8.8 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is also making progress, closing in on Wayne the Train by 2.4 seconds. Joey has moved up 2 spots to take 9th place. Amundsen is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Askais the French Stars is closing in on Cedric, reducing the gap by 3:30 seconds. Nissan Newts is gaining on Gina Jones and is now just a few seconds behind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing the gap on the Spanish Inquisition. Amundsen is catching up to Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, getting closer with every lap. Dottle. New for Life is gaining on Amundsen, now just 7.8 seconds behind. Jackal is closing in on Easer 6, cutting the gap to 14.6 seconds. Amundsen and Green, Amber, Red, Yellow are battling closely for 3rd place. Amundsen is now in 3rd place, moving up 1 spot. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow and Amundsen are battling closely for 3rd. Ingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Uncanny Buddy by 1 second. Uncanny Buddy is gaining fast on No View for Life, now just a few seconds behind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has climbed up to 3rd place. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Move for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are battling for 5th place. Askais the French Stars and Cedric are also close in 12th position, fighting hard. Jacko is rapidly catching Azer6, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Amundsen is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Uncanny Buddy has moved up one position to take 5th place. Amundsen is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Amy is closing in on Love for Life, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Wayne the Train is losing some ground, with the Inquisition closing in, and Love for Life has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Love for Life are battling closely for 6th position. Necrophantasm is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gina Jones is moving up one position to take the 16th place. Nissan Tetnuts is also moving up one position to take the 17th place. New Life has moved up to 5th place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 7th. Mist 149 is closing the gap on Azer6 by nearly 4 seconds. Uncanny Buddy is now in 4th place. Amy has moved up to 7th place. Joey is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Wayne the Train is feeling the pressure as the Spanish Inquisition is gaining on him. Gina Jones is also closing in on Necrophantasm, both races heating up. Nissan Tetnuts is climbing up to 16th place. Miss 149 is gaining on Azer6, cutting the gap by 2.30 seconds. Necrophantasm is getting closer to Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.30 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Nissan Tesnuts, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Jackal has moved up one spot to take 18th place. Amundsen is advancing to 4th place. New for Life is moving up to 5th place. I am climbing to 6th place. Shadow Army is gaining on Azer6, and is now just a few seconds behind. Joey is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance by over a second. Dale Earnhardt is also closing in on Joey, reducing the gap by 2 seconds. Nissan Tetnuts is closing in on Necrophantasm, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up one spot to take 21st place. The Spanish Inquisition is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and closing the gap. Move for Life and Amundsen are battling closely for 4th place. Necrophantasm is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by a second. Gina Jones is closing in on Nissan Tesnuts, also reducing the distance by a second. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Amy, and is now just a few seconds behind. Nissan Technotes is steadily closing the gap on Necrophantasm. Shadow Army is inching closer to Azkai's French Stars. Joey is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second. Nissan Technotes is catching Necrophantasm quickly, with a 1.7 second reduction. Mist 149 is making a strong move, closing in on Jackal by 4 seconds. Nissan Technotes is gaining on Necrophantasm, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to take 21st place. Uncanny Buddy has moved up to 6th place. Uncanny Buddy and New for Life are battling closely for 5th. Necrophantasm is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Green Amber Red Yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Uncanny Buddy has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry has also gained 1 position, now in 7th place. Green Amber Red Yellow is driving a Voisin C6 Laboratoire. They are currently in 3rd place, and have a fastest lap time of 1:36.126. Their race looks strong so far. Shadow Army is catching up to Mist 149, now just a second behind. Iso6 is closing in on Azkai's French Stars. The gap is down to less than a second. Amin Sun's car is a Sunbeam Grand Prix from 1923. Gold. They started in the 1st position and are currently in 4th. Their fastest lap is 1:36.345, just slightly behind the leader. The race looks competitive for them. Amin Sun is closing in on Green Amber Red Yellow, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up 1 spot to take 6th place. Amy is also moving up 1 spot to take 7th place. Cedric is climbing to 10th place. Electromary is now in 11th place. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 14th place. Uncanny Buddy has moved up to 4th place. Amy has advanced to 6th place. Joey is now in 7th place. Amy is closing in on Aminsar, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Cydrek has also moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Electric Mary moves up to 11th place. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Nisante Nods advances to 14th place. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Green Amber Red Yellow, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Necrophantasm is catching up to Nissan Tazmats, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to take the 16th position. Amy is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just under a second. Electric Mary is catching up to Cedric quickly. Nissan Tetlanoots is closing the distance to Lord of the Jungle, now just a few seconds behind. Askais de French Stars is climbing up to 21st place. Ezeshakes is gaining on Jackal, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is in second, and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and closing the gap to Wayne the Train. Shadow Army is gaining on Mist 149, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Ezer 6 has moved up one spot to 21st place. Wayne the Train's gap is shrinking as the Spanish Inquisition closes in. Joey has moved up one spot to 6th place. Dale Earnhardt has also gained one spot, now in 7th place. Cedric is advancing one position to take the 9th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Necrophantasm, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Wayne the Train, now just a few seconds behind. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Joey, getting closer with each lap. Cedric is catching up to Maya, narrowing the gap steadily. Wayne the Train is feeling the pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gets closer by 1.4 seconds. Amundsen is gaining on Oncomey Buddy, closing the gap by 1 second. Nissan Tidnotes has moved up one spot to 13th place. Joey is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Maya and Dale Earnhardt are battling closely for 7th place. Necrophantasm has moved up one spot to take 14. Wayne the Train is under pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gains on him. Uncanny Buddy is closing the distance to green, amber, red, yellow quickly. Maya has moved up to 7th place, climbing one spot. Mist 149 is closing in on Shadow Army and has cut the gap by 7.8 seconds. Electric Murray has moved up one place to take 9th. Ingle McCringleberry has also moved up one place to take 10th. Ezejix is driving an Aston Martin Ulster from 1935. Their race seems challenging with the slowest lap time of 1 minute 47 seconds, placing them near the back of the field. Amundsen is gaining on Uncown Buddy, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. They are battling closely for 4th place. Electric Murray has moved up one spot to take 8th position. Joey is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1 second. Nissan Tidnotes is catching Lord of the Jungle, cutting the distance by 2.8 seconds. Necrophantasm has moved up one spot to 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Electric Murray, now just a few seconds behind. Joey is catching up to Amundsen, closing the distance steadily. Meanwhile, Maya is closing in on Joey, getting closer with every lap. Necrophantasm is now closing in on Nissan Tesnets, cutting the gap to just over 1 second. Askhai's to French Stars has moved up one spot to take the 19th position. Lord of the Jungle is driving the 1931 Bentley Blower. 4.5 later, they are currently in 11th place, close behind the leaders, but their lap time suggests they might be losing some ground. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, and is now just a few seconds behind. Necrophantasm is closing the distance to Nissan Tesnats quickly, and is now less than 2 seconds apart. Askhai's to French Stars is also making a move, closing in on Mist 149, and the gap is shrinking steadily. Uncanny Buddy is now just a few car lengths behind green, amber, red, yellow. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Electric Murray, closing the distance steadily. Necrophantasm is really closing in on Nissan Tesnats, the gap shrinking quickly. Wayne the Train's lead is shrinking as the Spanish Inquisition gains ground. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on green, amber, red, yellow quickly. Dale Earnhardt is making a strong push towards Hingle McCringleberry. Wayne the Train is feeling the pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gets closer, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching Electric Murray quickly, just a 1.5 second difference now. Askhai's to French Stars is also closing in on Mist 149, matching the same 1.5 second reduction. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching Electric Murray, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Wayne the Train's lead is shrinking as the Spanish Inquisition gains ground. Maya is catching up to Joey quickly. Electric Murray is right behind. Maya closing the gap steadily. Nissan Tesnats is driving the 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix. They are currently in 12th place and have a fastest lap time of 1:36.86. The race seems competitive for them, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Wayne the Train is feeling the pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gains 5.7 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the gap by 9 seconds. Amundsen has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Wayne the Train's gap is shrinking fast, now just under 2 seconds behind. Amundsen is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry and Electric Murray are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Wayne the Train's gap is shrinking as the Spanish Inquisition gains on him. Joey is closing in on Unconey Buddy quickly. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is driving a Voisin C6 Laboratoire. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 36 seconds, which is quite competitive. Unconey Buddy is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry and Electric Murray are battling closely for 8th place. Amundsen is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Nissan Tednotes is rapidly catching up to Dale Earnhardt, the distance shrinking quickly. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Amundsen, getting closer by almost 2 seconds. Necrophantasm is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Mist 149 is catching up to Shadow Army, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap to just over a second. Nissan Tednotes is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, also reducing the distance between them. Gina Jones is making a move on Necrophantasm, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amundsen is now just a second behind Green, Amber, Red, Yellow. Joey is gaining on Unconey Buddy and is now less than 3 seconds away. Askeis the French Stars is closing in on Mist 149, cutting the gap to just over a second. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just a second. Nissan Tednotes is catching Dale Earnhardt quickly, cutting the distance by 3.6 seconds. Nissan Tednotes has moved up 1 position to 21st place. Welcome back, Miss Gracious. So glad to see you returning to the stream. Grab some popcorn because we're about to watch these AI cars race each other, and it's going to be exciting. Gina Jones is rapidly catching Necrophantasm, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Dale Earnhardt is narrowing the distance to Electric Murray by nearly 2 seconds. Joey is driving a 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix and is currently 7th place. Their fastest lap is 1:36.599, which is competitive but not quite matching the leaders. The race seems tight with close lap times among the top drivers. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Nissan Tednotes, reducing the distance by 2.2 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Necrophantasm, narrowing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne the train's lead is shrinking as the Spanish Inquisition gains on him. Amundsen is catching up to green, amber, red, yellow quickly. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Maya steadily. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Electric Marie, and is now just a few car lengths behind. Nissan Tednutz is also closing in on Dale Earnhardt, cutting the gap significantly. Necrophantasm is closing the distance to Lord of the Jungle, making a strong push. Electric Mary is now just behind Ingle McCringleberry and gaining quickly. Askeister French Stars is catching up to Mist 149 as well. Amy is maintaining a steady pace in 7th place. Maya is now just a second behind Joey. Ingle McCringleberry is closing the gap to Maya by another 0.8 seconds. Askeister French Stars has moved up to 15th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Maya, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Dale Earnhardt is catching Electric Marie quickly, now only a little over a second behind. Askeister French Stars is making a strong move, closing in on Shadow Army by 2.5 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Necrophantasm, and is now just a few seconds behind. Electric Mary is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, and is closing the gap steadily. Necrophantasm is narrowing the distance to Lord of the Jungle, so that battle could heat up soon. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Joey has moved up one spot to take 5th place. Uncanny, Buddy and Joey are battling closely for 5th position. Uncanny Buddy has moved up one spot to take 5th place. Nissan Tednutz has also moved up one spot to take 19th place. Necrophantasm is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, now just a few seconds behind. Maya is catching up to Joey, closing the distance steadily. Wayne the Train is under pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gains on him. Maya is catching up to Joey quickly. Ingle McCringleberry is closing the distance on Maya steadily. Nissan Tednutz is driving a 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is 1:36.86 to win. The race looks competitive for them, but they might need to improve their pace to move up. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amundsen is catching up to green, amber, red, yellow quickly. Maya is narrowing the distance to Joey, getting closer with every lap. Amundsen is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the distance by 1.8 seconds. Maya is closing in on Joey, reducing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is catching up to Maya, closing the gap by 140 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is in second place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and closing the gap. The track's tight corners and long straights favor cars with good acceleration and top speed. The leaders are maintaining high speeds on the straights, but overtakes are challenging in the corners. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is driving a Voisin CE6 Laboratoire from 1923. They are currently in third place and have a fastest lap of 136.126. Their race looks competitive, staying close to the leaders. Wayne the Train is under pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gains on him. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on Amundsen quickly. Gina Jones is also closing the gap on Necrophantasm, both races making moves. Nissan Notes has moved up to 10th place. Lord of the Jungle is now just behind Dale Earnhardt, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Necrophantasm is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 1931 Bentley Blower, 4.5 lighter. He's currently in 8th place and has the fastest lap of 1 minute, 37 seconds. His race seems steady, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Amundsen is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Joey is closing in on Uncanny Buddy, also reducing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is catching up to Maya, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Amundsen is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and is now just a few seconds behind. Nissan Tidnudes is closing the distance to Electric Murray and is right on their tail. Lord of the Jungle is also making a move, and is now just a second behind Dale Earnhardt. Gina Jones is rapidly catching Necrophantasm. The gap is shrinking fast. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Maya, closing the distance steadily. Nissan Tidnudes is gaining on Electric Murray, just over a second behind now. The Grand Prix 1920 cars are closely matched, with some variation in lap times. The Camino Via de Montserrat, 4 circuits, twists, and turns seem to favor cars with good handling and acceleration, like a Fiat 805405 and Roland Pilane, a 22. Overall, car performance and driver skill are key factors here. Amundsen is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, closing the gap by 330 seconds. Maya is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 1.9 seconds. Wayne the Train is losing ground. The Spanish Inquisition is now just a few seconds behind. Maya is gaining on Joey, closing the gap steadily. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Maya. The distance is shrinking quickly. Jackal is driving a 1931 Bugatti Type 51. Their race seems challenging as they are in the last position, but are still pushing with a lap time of 1:38.442. Green, amber, red, yellow is now just a few seconds behind the Spanish Inquisition. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Amundsen quickly. Joey is catching up to Uncone Buddy steadily. Wayne the Train is under pressure as the Spanish Inquisition is closing in, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Amundsen, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is making a move on Electric Mary, reducing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Wayne the Train is losing some ground with the Spanish Inquisition closing in. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up the field, moving into 13th place. Wayne the Train is feeling the pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gets closer, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Nissan Tesnuts, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. The Grand Prix 1920 cars are performing well on this track, with the top positions dominated by early 20th century models. The Camino Viejo de Montserrat circuits, twists and turns seem to favor the lighter, more agile cars from this era, giving them an edge over heavier or less maneuverable models. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amundsen is also catching up to green, amber, red, yellow, making the race tighter. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Maya, and the battle for positions is heating up. Wayne the Train is now within striking distance of the Spanish Inquisition. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap further. Gina Jones is inching closer to Necrophantasm, making a move. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 1931 Bentley Blower 4.5 litre. He's currently in 8th place, and has a fastest lap of 1:37.599. The race looks competitive for him, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Amundsen, and is now just a few seconds behind. Nissan Tesnuts is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, and the gap is shrinking. Mist 149 is closing in on Askheist the French Stars, reducing the distance between them. Wayne the Train's lead is shrinking as the Spanish Inquisition gains ground. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Maya. Nissan Tesnuts is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry quickly. Hingle Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Amy is catching up to Cydric, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Wayne the Train is losing some ground as the Spanish Inquisition gains on him. Gina Jones is catching Necrophantasm quickly, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Uncanny Buddy is driving a 1923 Delage 2 LCV. They are currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute, 36 seconds, and 84 milliseconds. Their race looks steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Amy is maintaining a steady pace in 5th place. Joey is trying to hold his position with Maya gaining ground rapidly. Electric May is now just a few seconds behind Gina Jones. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, the gap shrinking steadily. Welcome back to the stream, Rizaldi Adha. Glad to see you in the chat again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Necrophantasm is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just over 10 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is catching up to Wayne the Train, now within a second. Amy is closing in on Cydric, narrowing the distance by nearly 3 seconds. The track's tight corners and elevation changes seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders like Wayne, the Train, and Hingle McCringleberry. The more technical sections are challenging for some drivers, causing slight delays and overtaking opportunities. Joey is driving a 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix Portugal. He's currently in 7th place and has a fastest lap time of 1:36.38. He's making steady progress but still has some races ahead. Shadow Army is holding steady in front. Maya is gaining on Joey, now just a second behind. Askheiste French Stars is catching up to Shadow Army. The gap is shrinking. Mist 149 is closing in on Askheiste French Stars, getting closer with every lap. Washi E. Cydric is rapidly catching up to Jackal, and is now just a few seconds behind. Nisante Nuds is closing the distance to Hingle McCringleberry, steadily. Necrophantasm is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap slightly. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is catching up to the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Joey is gaining on Uncanny Buddy, closing the distance steadily. Amundsen is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and is now just a few seconds behind. Dale Earnhardt is also closing in on Nisantesnets, getting closer with every lap. Dotchandishti Gordis, race terms with Charles. Amundsen is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and is now just a few seconds behind. Dale Earnhardt is also closing in on Nisantesnets, getting closer with every lap. Lord of the Jungle is driving a 1931 Bentley Blower 4.5 liter. They are currently in 12th place and have the fastest lap time of 1:37.154. The race looks competitive for them, staying close to the top half. Aminsan is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Joey and Unconi Buddy are battling closely for 5th place. Nissan Tetnuts is making a move on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Unconi Buddy is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Nissan Tesnuts quickly. Gina Jones is now in 12th place, moving up 1 spot. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, now just a few seconds behind. Unconi Buddy is closing in on Aminsan rapidly. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Maya, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Hey everyone! Seems like green, amber, red, yellow is really hyped up. The excitement is contagious. Who do you all think is going to take the lead in the next lap? Congratulations to Wayne the Train on winning the race. Great job and well-deserved victory. Hey Deplorable, welcome back to the stream. So glad to see you returning. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Grab some snacks and enjoy the show. Wow, Wayne the Train really did it. Huge congratulations on winning the race. That was an incredible performance. And a big shout out to the Spanish Inquisition for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself the 1922 Roland Pillane, a 22. That's a fantastic classic. Plus Joey, you did an outstanding job with the most overtakes. You can claim the 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix Day. Great effort all around. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Fuji Speedway GP has some really sharp turns and a mix of high-speed sections, so a car that can handle those tight corners comfortably and maintain speed through the curves would be ideal. Acceleration and braking are also important, but the ability to stick to the track and navigate the twists smoothly would make a big difference here. Welcome back to the stream everyone. It's great to see Greninja and Tanto someone, and Elias988 back with us. Glad you could join again for some exciting AI car racing. Let's see which car comes out on top today. Welcome back to the stream, Delacustafa. Great to see you return. Hope you enjoy the AI races today. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that all the cars in the simulator have their physics modeled accurately. That means they behave just like real cars would on the track. Picking the right car could really boost your chances of winning, so think carefully about your choice. Keep an eye on which cars are performing well, and have fun predicting the winners. Hey everyone! If you want to see what cars you've locked in for the race, just type !car in chat. It will show you the list of your selected cars. Give it a try! Hey everyone! If you wanted to see what cars you have locked in, just type !car in the chat. It'll show you all the cars you've chosen so far. Give it a try. Welcome back to the stream, Simon. Great to see you again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure you've made your choices so we can get the race started soon. Don't miss out. Welcome back, Tropical73. So glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Both of these cars are pretty exciting choices. The Lotus Elise GT1 is known for its agility and lightness, which can be a real advantage on a twisty track like Fuji Speedway. On the other hand, the Dodge Viper SRT10 is a powerhouse with serious raw speed, especially on long straights. Considering the track layout of Fuji Speedway, I think the Viper might have the edge in terms of straight line speed, but the Elise could excel in the corners and maybe gain some time there. Overall, I might lean slightly towards the Dodge Viper because of its power, but the Elise's handling could make it a strong contender if it can stay close through the corners. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Welcome back, Dale Earnhardt. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Haha, seems like someone's not too happy with their driver. Don't worry, Dale. Even the best races hit a rough patch sometimes. Just sitting back and enjoying the chaos here at Fuji Speedway. Who's your favorite driver today? Haha, got shook. Maybe they're just trying to shake things up. Remember, these AI cars can be unpredictable, so a refund might be just what they need. Keep watching, you never know what's gonna happen next. Thanks for the race request, Katisha. Everyone, be sure to thank them. The race is just starting at Fuji Speedway, GP, and Kadishak's in pole position, driving a 1966 Ford Anglia Super 123E in the blind random class. Let's see how it goes. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are new for life in first place, Tropical 73 in second, and Green Amber Red Yellow in third. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Jambo is also moving up, now in 13th place. Green Amber Red Yellow has gained 1 position, and is now in 2nd place. Shadow Army is now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Going Tanto has moved up to 16th place, also passing 3 cars. 19 Vodka 3 is in 20th place, gaining 3 positions as well. Amy is now in 23rd place after overtaking 4 cars. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 4th place. Wayne the Train is gaining on Tropical 73, closing the gap by over a second. Going Tanto is climbing fast, now in 9th place. Sianang is making a move, up to 15th. Greenyep is also advancing, now in 17th. Electric Murray is climbing fast, and now in the 19th place. Timus Gracias has moved up to 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Green Amber Red Yellow, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Zainang is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Zedrek is also moving up, now in 12th place. Green Injep is making a strong push, now in 14th place. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 5th place. Thinang has moved up to 9th place. Cedric is in 10th place now. Green Egypt is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Gina Jones is making a strong push, now in 25th. Ilias X98 is also advancing, now in 27th. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Green Amber Red Yellow, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Going Tanto is catching Thimis Gracias, also reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Sidrek has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is rapidly catching the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 11 seconds. Going Tanto has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Greninja is closing in on Sidric, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Going Tanto is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, now just a few seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Joey, getting closer with every lap. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Touch. Going Tanto is now just a few car lengths behind Green, Amber, Red, Yellow. Sianang is gaining on Themis Gracious quickly. Greninja has moved up to 9th place. Xianangang is now just behind Themis Gracious, closing the gap to less than a second. Amy is gaining on Cedric and is now just 1.7 seconds behind. Jumbo and Tropical 73 are battling closely for the 14th position. Elite 403 is gaining on Nunwu for life, and has cut the gap by 2.2 seconds. Going Tanto is closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, reducing the distance by 1 second. Dianang is catching up to Themis Gracious and has shrunk the gap by 1.7 seconds. Welcome back, Amin-san. Great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action today. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Going Tanto has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Xiangang has also moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Xiangang is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Green Ninja is catching Themis Gracious, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Welcome back to the stream. Make the world love. So glad to see you back. We've got some exciting AI car races happening, so sit back and enjoy the show. Elite 403 is gaining on New for Life, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Xiangang is closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the distance steadily. Amy is climbing up to 8th place, moving up 2 positions. Elite 403 is gaining on New for Life, and now only a few seconds behind. Green Imp is closing the gap to Themis Gracious, and is right behind now. Cydric is catching up to Greninja, and is just a second or so away. Xiangang is gaining fast on green, amber, red, yellow, now just a few seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap steadily. Cydric is also making moves on Greninja, inching closer with every lap. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Greninja has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Jackal is closing in on Shadow Army, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Cydric is now in 10th place. Jackal is gaining on Shadow Army, and has closed the gap by 2.4 seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Tropical 73, and has reduced the distance by 3.7 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is now just a second behind Elite 403. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by a second. I am closing in on Xiang, reducing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Amy is now just a second behind Sinel. Shadow Army has moved up to 11th place. Ezusix is gaining on 19 Vodka 3, cutting the gap by over a second. Tropical 73 is gaining on Jambo, closing the gap significantly. Xenon has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. I am closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, narrowing the distance. The Miss Gracious is now in 19th place after falling back 6 positions. Going Tanto is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. I am catching up to Green Amber Red Yellow, reducing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Amy has moved up to 7th place. Jackal is gaining on Shadow Army, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Delacuse Defoe has advanced to 19th place. "19 Vodka 3 is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap to just under a second. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to 14. Electramary is closing in on the car ahead, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones is rapidly catching 19 Vodka 3, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, narrowing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Brown Leader 444 has moved up 1 position to take 8th place. Green Inyeb is gaining on Green Amber Red Yellow, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Shadow Army is catching up to Cedric quickly now. 19 Vodka 3 is narrowing the distance to Jackal, looking to make a move soon. Grin and Jeb is gaining on Green Amber Red Yellow, now just a few seconds behind. Izza 6 is closing in on 19 Vodka 3, getting closer with every lap. Delacuse Defoe is catching Jambo, reducing the gap steadily. Cedric is gaining on Granger, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Electric Murray has moved up 1 spot to 16th place. Delacuse Defoe is closing in on Jambo, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Namu for Life, and closing the distance rapidly. Greninja is catching up to Green Amber Red Yellow with a strong push. Shadow Army is narrowing the gap to Cedric steadily. Elite 403 is gaining on Move for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Amy is catching up to Suyang at a strong pace. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Elite 403, and the gap is narrowing steadily. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 2nd place. Elite 403 and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for that position. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Elite 403, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Izza 6 is now just behind Jackal and gaining speed. Gina Jones is closing in on 19 Vodka 3 quickly. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Tropical 73 at a steady pace. Going Tanto is now just behind Hingle McCringleberry and gaining speed. Shadow Army is closing the distance to Cedric quickly. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Tropical 73 at a steady pace. Amy is moving up to second place. Hingle McCringleberry is now just a few seconds behind Elite 403. Azer 6 is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap steadily. Elite 403 is gaining on No for Life, closing the gap to just over a second. Green Jet is catching up to Green Amber Red Yellow, now within 2 seconds. Azer 6 is closing in on Jackal, also within 2 seconds. Going Tunto is now just a few seconds behind Hingle McCringleberry. Green Jet has moved up to 8th place. Azer 6 is closing in on Jackal, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Cedric and Green Amber Red Yellow are battling closely for 9th place. Azer 6 is gaining on Jackal and has cut the gap by over a second. De La Cuesta 4 is climbing up to 17th place. Cedric is climbing to 8th place. Jackal is narrowing the gap to Shadow Army by nearly 2 seconds. Gina Jones is advancing to 15th place. Green Amber Red Yellow is gaining on Cedric, and they are now battling for 9th place. Shadow Army is closing the gap to Green Amber Red Yellow, and is now just 2.5 seconds behind. Cedric is gaining on Green Jet, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Shadow Army is catching up to Green Amber Red Yellow, getting closer with every lap. Gina Jones is narrowing the distance to Azer 6, making the move possible soon. Amy is gaining on Sian and is now just a few seconds behind. Shadow Army is closing the gap on Green Amber Red Yellow quickly. Azer 6 is catching up to Jackal with a solid push. Azer 6 is gaining on Jackal and is now just a few seconds behind. Tropical 73 is closing in on Brown Meter 444, and the gap is shrinking fast. CNN is catching up to Going Tunto, and the distance between them is getting smaller. Green Amber Red Yellow is gaining on Cedric, and has closed the gap by 1.6 seconds. Shadow Army is also closing in on Green Amber Red Yellow, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Electric Mary is catching up to 19 Vodka 3, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Azer 6 is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. 19 Vodka 3 is catching up to Gina Jones, now less than 2 seconds behind. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Tropical 73, with just over a second separating them. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place. Amy is closing in on Sian, cutting the gap by 1 second. Green Amber Red Yellow has moved up 2 spots to take 8th place. Shadow Army is now in 9th place. De La Cuesta 4 is gaining on 19 Vodka 3. the gap is shrinking fast. Jumbo has climbed 2 spots and is now in 15th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Nog View for Life, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 position to take 9th place. Essex is closing in on Cydric, reducing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Cedric is catching up to Grin and Jeb, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Jackal is rapidly catching up to Cydric, cutting the distance by 9 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Xianang is narrowing in on Going Tanto, reducing the gap by just over 1 second. Amy is now just behind Xian, closing the gap to less than a second. Della Custafor has moved up to 15th place. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Wayne the Train, narrowing the distance significantly. Della Custafor is gaining on Essex, and is now just under 6 seconds behind. Shadow Army is closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and has cut the gap to just over 1 second. Grin and Chip is catching up to Shadow Army, and has reduced the distance to less than 3 seconds. And Mufalife is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Going Tanto is closing in on Elite 403, now less than 4 seconds behind. Shadow Army is making a move on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the distance by a little over a second. Ezusix is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by nearly 12 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 place to 6th. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Sin, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Cedric is closing in on Shadow Army, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Essex is moving up 1 spot to take 13th place. Wayne the Train is advancing 2 spots to reach 22nd place. Elite 403 has taken the lead, moving up 3 positions to be in 1st place. Going Tanto is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting it down by over 10 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is also gaining on Xian, reducing the distance by 6.6 seconds. Going Tanto is now just behind Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap to less than a second. Green and Jeb is gaining on Jackal, reducing the distance by a full second. 19 Vodka 3 has moved up 1 place, and is now in 15th position. Shadow Army is now just a few seconds behind Green, Amber, Red, Yellow. Going Tanto is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is catching up to Sin, making the race tighter. Amy is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition and Noah for life for second place. Going Tanto has just overtaken a car to move into fourth. Cedric is now in 10th position after climbing one spot. Got a win spot. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 4th place. Cedric is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Brown leader 444 is also closing in, reducing the distance by 230 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amy is catching up to Going Tanto quickly, now only a short distance behind. Cedric is making a strong move, reducing the gap to green, amber, red, yellow by over 3 seconds. Green and Jeb is rapidly catching up to Shadow Army, closing the gap by 5 seconds. New for Life is gaining on a light 403, narrowing it down by nearly 2 seconds. Xiangang is closing in on me, reducing the distance by just over 2 seconds. Green and Jeb is rapidly catching up to Shadow Army, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Jackal, reducing the distance by over a second. Someone is making a move on Delacustifor, closing in by 2.5 seconds. Amy is gaining on Going Tanto, and is now just a few seconds behind. Hingle May Kringleberry is narrowing the distance to the Spanish Inquisition, getting closer with each lap. Greninja is steadily closing in on Shadow Army, the gap shrinking nicely. Greninja is gaining on Shadow Army rapidly, now just a few seconds behind. Cedric is narrowing the distance to green, amber, red, yellow, getting closer with every lap. Jambo is closing in on brown leader 444, the gap shrinking steadily. Wayne the Train is gaining on Rizaldi Ada and closing the gap by 14.8 seconds. Green, amber, red, yellow is catching up to Sang, reducing the distance by 3.8 seconds. Green and Jeb is making progress on Shadow Army, closing the gap by 2.9 seconds. Xianang is gaining on me, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Green and Jeb is catching up to Shadow Army, reducing the distance by 3.5 seconds. Jacko is closing in on Ezra 6, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Shadow Army is gaining on Cedric and has closed the gap to just under 3 seconds. Green and Jeb is catching up to Shadow Army and is now within a couple of seconds. Jackal is closing in on Ezra 6 and has reduced the distance to about 1.5 seconds. Cedric is gaining fast on green, amber, red, yellow, now just a few seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is closing the distance to No for Life, getting closer with every lap. Dale Earnhardt is chipping away at Elias X98's lead, narrowing the gap steadily. Cedric is moving up to 7th place. Gina Jones is getting closer to Jackal, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Jambo, reducing the gap to 1.2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Elite 403, closing the gap by 5.6 seconds. Move for Life has moved up one spot to take the lead. Electric Mary has also moved up one spot to reach 17th place. Greninja moves up one spot to 10th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Jackal, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Electric Mary is gaining on Delva Gustafor, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Zinning is gaining fast on Amy, now just 8.1 seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 2nd place. Greninja is closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Hingle Kringleberry is now in 3rd place. Ezza6 is gaining on Shadow Army, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Jacko is closing in on Ezza6, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Going Tanto is now just a few seconds behind Elite 403. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on New for Life and closing the distance. Ezza6 is also making progress on Shadow Army. Going Tanto is now just a few seconds behind Elite 403. Greninja is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow quickly. Dale Earnhardt has moved up one place to 22nd. Dot Xion. Hingle Kringleberry is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Greninja is catching up to Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, getting closer with every lap. Ezza6 is narrowing the distance to Shadow Army, making a move. Elita 403 has moved up to 3rd place. Xianggang is getting closer to Amy and has cut the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is also closing in on Tropical 73, reducing that gap by 3 seconds. Chaco is gaining on Ezza6 and is now just a few seconds behind. Rizaldia Adha is closing in on Tropical 73 with a strong push. Going Tanto is narrowing the distance to Hingle Kringleberry, now just over a second away. Shadow Army is gaining on Greninja. The gap is now just a few seconds. Ezza6 is catching up to Shadow Army quickly. 19 Vodka 3 is closing the distance to Gina Jones. Wayne the Train is gaining fast on Joey, closing the distance by over 10 seconds. Going Tanto is catching up to Hingle Kringleberry, narrowing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Cedric is also making moves, reducing the gap to Sand by about 2.5 seconds. Jambo is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap rapidly. Amy is catching Going Tanto, getting closer by over a second. Green and Yep is also closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, matching the same pace. "19 Vodka 3 is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. A driver is moving up one spot to take 18th place. Tropical 73 is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, reducing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Electric Murray is driving a 2018 Morgan Plus 6 in the modern streetcars class. They are currently in 18th place with a fastest lap of 3.383. The race seems challenging for them, as their lap times are relatively slow compared to the leaders. Xianing is rapidly catching up to me, closing the distance by over 5 seconds. Green and Jeb is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Zaldi Ada is also closing in on Tropical 73, reducing the gap by just over 2 seconds. Wayne the Train is gaining on Joey, and is now just a few seconds behind. Elita 403 is catching up to the Spanish Inquisition, closing the distance steadily. Xianing is getting closer to Amy, reducing the gap slightly. Going Tanto is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, and is now just a few seconds behind. Elita 403 closing the gap on the Spanish Inquisition, and is now within a second and a half. Gina Jones is catching up to Jekyll, and has cut the distance to about 3 seconds. Kazishuk is gaining fast on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is closing the distance to En for life, steadily. I am also catching up to Going Tanto, the gap shrinking quickly. Joey is rapidly catching Elias X98, closing the gap by 6.5 seconds. 19 Vodka 3 is gaining on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by just over a second. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Jambo, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Kazishuk is gaining on Maya, and is now just a few seconds behind. Green, amber, red, yellow is catching up to Cydrek, and has reduced the gap to just over a second. Green and Jep is closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, and has cut the distance to under 4 seconds. Wayne the Train is gaining on Joey, and is now just a few seconds behind. Going Tanto is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap steadily. Dale Earnhardt is also making progress on Lord of the Jungle, inching closer with each lap. Galt, Git. Amy is gaining on Going Tanto, and is now just a few seconds behind. Green and Jep is catching up to green, amber, red, yellow, and is now within striking distance. Shadow Army is closing the gap on Green and Jep, and could be right on their tail soon. De La Cuesta 4 is gaining on 19 Vodka 3, and is now just a few seconds behind. Tropical 73 is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, and is now within striking distance. The Spanish Inquisition is catching up to No for Life, reducing the gap steadily. Elite 403 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 1 second. CNN has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Green and Jip is closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the gap by 2.3 seconds. Cedric is gaining on Going Tanto and is now just a few seconds behind. The Miss Gracias is closing in on Amundsen rapidly. Elite 403 is catching up to the Spanish Inquisition steadily. Wayne the Train is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 11.7 seconds. The Miss Gracias is catching up to Amundsen, cutting the distance by 8.6 seconds. Green and Hip is narrowing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the gap by 2.7 seconds. The Miss Gracias is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 16.9 seconds. Cedric has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Jacko is closing in on Essex, reducing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is now in 8th place. Electric Murray has moved up to 17. Rizaldia Adha is closing the gap on Tropical 73, now just 3.7 seconds behind. The Miss Gracias is gaining on Amundsen rapidly, closing the gap by 17.4 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot and is now in 10th place. The Miss Gracias is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 12.8 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. De La Cuesta 4 is narrowing the distance to 19 Vodka 3, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Going Tanto is making a strong move, now in 8th place. The Miss Gracias is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap rapidly. Xianang is right behind. Amy, shrinking the distance steadily. The Miss Gracias is gaining fast on Amundsen. The gap is shrinking. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 3rd place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has also climbed 1 spot to take 8th place. Mai is maintaining a steady pace at the front. Amy is holding her position in 2nd place. Xianang is now just 2 seconds behind Amy Dajoti. The Miss Gracias is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to less than 7 seconds. Greninjeb is rapidly catching up to Shadow Army, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Jackal is narrowing the distance to Essex by nearly 3 seconds. Electric Murray is gaining on De La Cuesta 4, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. That Citroen's having a tough time, huh? Maybe it's just saving its energy for the final laps. The AI can be a bit quirky sometimes. Anyone thinking of switching to a different car for the last stretch? Gina Jones is gaining on Jackal and closing the gap rapidly. Gwen and Jib is catching up to Shadow Army. Going Tanto is narrowing the distance to Gina Jones. "19 Vodka 3 is gaining on Going Tanto, and now just a few seconds behind. Shadow Army is catching up to Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and closing the gap. Going Tanto is also reducing the distance to Gina Jones, getting closer with each lap. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Shadow Army is catching up to Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, now only 1.5 seconds behind. Grin and Jib is also closing in on Shadow Army, reducing the distance to 1.7 seconds. Green and Jib moves up to 9th place. Going Tanto advances to 12th place. Electric Mary is closing in on Delacusta 4, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance significantly. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is catching up to Cydric steadily. Jambo is also making moves, closing in on the car ahead. Elite 403 is now in 2nd place. Going Tanto is gaining on Ezer 6, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Jackal, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Elite 403, closing the gap to just over a second. Shadow Army and Grin and Jib are battling closely for 9th place. 19 Vodka 3 is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the distance by over 2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Elite 403. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition. Greninjib is catching up to Green, Amber, Red, Yellow. Sinan is gaining on me rapidly, closing the gap by nearly 10 seconds. Greenyib is closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the distance by 5 seconds. Deplorably Apple is making a strong push towards Amundsen, closing the gap by almost 14 seconds. Deplorably is rapidly catching up to Amundsen, the gap shrinking significantly. Going Tanto is closing in on Ezer 6 with a steady pace. Tropical 73 is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, just a second behind now. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the gap rapidly. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Amundsen, narrowing the distance significantly. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Amundsen, and is now just a few seconds behind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Cydric, and the gap is narrowing. Gina Jones is catching up to Jackal quickly. Deplorable is rapidly catching Amundsen. The gap is shrinking fast. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance steadily. Gina Jones is inching closer to Jackal, just a little behind. Deplorable is gaining rapidly on Amundsen, the gap shrinking significantly. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Elite 403, closing the distance slightly. Amy is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap steadily. Deplorable is gaining fast on Amundsen, the gap shrinking significantly. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition with a steady pace. Greninjip is catching up to Green Amber Red Yellow, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Going Tanto is gaining on Essex, and is now just a few seconds behind. 19 Vodka 3 is closing in on Gina Jones, and the gap is shrinking fast. Deplorable is catching up to Amundsen with a big push, just over 16 seconds to go. Deplorable is gaining fast on Amundsen, closing the gap by 16.1 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 position to take 9th place. Essex has also moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Deplorable is gaining on Amundsen. The gap is shrinking fast. Gina Jones is catching up to Jackal, closing in by over a second. Electric Mary is closing the distance to Delicistifo, making steady progress. Green Amber Red Yellow is gaining rapidly on Cedric, and closing the gap by 7.1 seconds. Deplorable is also closing in on Amundsen, reducing the distance by 7.5 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is making a move on Elite 403, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition and Elite 403 are now battling closely for second place. Going Tanto is gaining fast on Essex now. Deplorable is closing in on Amundsen rapidly. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to second place. Round leader 444 is under pressure as someone is closing in fast. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Tropical 73 rapidly. Deplorable is making a strong move, closing the gap on Amundsen significantly. Xianang is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Going Tanto is catching Essex, reducing the distance by 2.2 seconds. Electromary is closing in on Delicistifo, narrowing the gap by 1.1 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on New for Life, and closing the gap rapidly. Going Tanto is also making a move on Essex. Green Amber, Red Yellow is inching closer to Cedric, but at a slower pace. Deplorably Apple is gaining fast on Amundsen, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is catching up to Elite 403, getting closer with every lap. ISA 6 is also narrowing the distance to Shadow Army, making it a tight battle. Deplorable Apple is rapidly catching up to Amundsen, closing the gap by 12 seconds. 19 Vodka 3 is gaining on Jackal, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on an opponent, reducing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Demis Gracious is gaining on Kadishuk, now just 8.6 seconds behind. Zainang is closing in on me, reducing the gap to 2-3 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Amy is gaining rapidly on Hingle McCringleberry. The gap is shrinking fast. The Spanish Inquisition is catching up to Novu for Life, closing the distance steadily. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing the gap to Elite 403, making it a tight battle. Greninjap is gaining on ISA 6, now just a few seconds behind. Demis Gracious is closing in on Kazishuk. The gap is shrinking fast. Shadow Army is catching up to Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, getting closer by over a second. Greninjap is gaining on ISA 6, and is now just a few seconds behind. Demis Gracious is closing in on Kazishuk rapidly, with a big gap reduction. I am also catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance slightly. Congratulations to Nonstop for Life on winning the race. Great job! congratulations to No You for Life for winning the race. You did a fantastic job out there. Also, kudos to No for Life for setting the fastest lap. You're claiming the stunning 2000 Ferrari F3 333. Great work, everyone. Now, X6, you won the bet race, and will be taking home the sleek 1997 Lotus Elise GT1. And big applause to me. I managed the most overtakes today, so I get to claim the classic 1971 McLaren M19A. This was such an exciting race. I can't wait to see what's next. A fun fact about the 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 is that it was one of the most successful racing cars of its time, winning almost every race it entered that year. It was powered by a supercharged 5.6-liter V12 engine, which was incredibly advanced for its era, and helped Mercedes dominate Grand Prix racing. This is quite an interesting matchup. The 1938 Auto Union Type D was a pretty advanced race car for its time, known for its powerful engine and engineering. On the other hand, the 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C has a classic design and was also a competitive machine back in the day. Considering the car choices, the Auto Union Type D might have a slight edge with its modern features for that era and its reputation for speed. But the Alfa Romeo 12C is renowned for balance and handling, which could make it a tough competitor on a track like Franciacorta. If I had to guess, I'd lean towards the Auto Union Type D, having a slight advantage because of its raw power. But the race could be pretty close, especially if the Alfa Romeo handles the curves really well. Who are you betting on? Welcome everyone! The race has just kicked off at the Autodromo di Franciacorta. Gina Jones is starting on the front row, driving an impressive 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. Stay tuned to see how the classic cars and AI races get underway. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are green, amber, red, yellow in first place, Gina Jones in second, and Maya in third. In For Life is now in third place. Brownlee to 444 has moved up to 8th place. Amy and Brownlee to 444 are closely racing for 8th place. Rizaldi Aha is in 8th place, driving a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. Their race looks steady so far with no major moves or overtakes. Elite 403 is driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C. They are currently in the 13th place, just behind the top 10. Their race seems steady, but they haven't made any notable moves yet. Rizaldi Adha is climbing fast, and now in 4th place. Shadow Army is dropping back to 12th position. Brownlee to 444 has moved up one spot to 7th. Boy. Abloaz is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Shadow Army is having a tough time and has dropped 9 places to 21st. Maya is climbing up the field, moving into 4th place. Gina Jones is driving a 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154, starting from the pole position. She is currently in 2nd place and has not yet set her fastest lap. The race looks competitive with Gina holding a strong position at the front. Maya is driving a Maserati 8CTF, a classic racing car known for its speed and agility. She is currently in 4th place, holding a solid position in the race. The Miss Gracious has just moved up to 8th place. Elita 403 is now in 11th place. Closing in, Hingle, McCringleberry, and a Light 403 are battling closely for 11th place. Yambo is advancing 1 position to take 9th place. Yambo and Demis Gracious are closely fighting for 8th place. Ablaze and Deplorable Apple are in a tight contest for 13th place. Maya is driving a Maserati 8CTF, which is known for its powerful straight-line speed. She is currently in 4th place and has a fastest lap of 1:30.172. Her race seems steady, but she might be looking for opportunities to overtake the cars ahead. Amy is currently in 8th place. Casey Wingboy is holding on to 7th place. The battle between Casey Wingboy and Brown Leader 444 for 6th place is heating up. Keep an eye on those two as they race closely. Brown Leader 444 has dropped back to 12th place. Rosalia Adha has moved up to 4th place. Casey Wingboy has gained 2 positions and is now in 5th place. Brown Leader 444 is making a strong move, overtaking 11 cars to take the lead. Green Amber, Red Yellow, and Brown Leader 444 are now battling closely for 1st place. Deplorable Apple is closing the gap on Ablaze, cutting it down by 1.7 seconds. Green Amber, Red Yellow, and Brown Leader 444 are nose to tail at the front. Yambo has gained 1 position and is now in 8th place. Demis Gracious and Jambo are close together fighting for 8th place. Congratulations on your fantastic win. Well done on your great performance at Autodromo de Francia Cortatantes Ale. You did an amazing job out there. Wow, congratulations to Green Amber Red Yellow for winning the race. That was really exciting to watch. Also, big shout out to Gina Jones for setting the fastest lap. You can now claim the vintage 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154 from the Grand Prix of 1930. And Amy, you won the bet race. So you get to claim the 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C from the same era. Great job to both of you. A fun fact about the blind random racing car class is that the cars are entirely driven by AI, without any human input during the race. Each car's strategy and movements are completely determined by algorithms, making every race unpredictable and exciting to watch. It's like watching a bunch of tiny robot drivers compete in a high-stakes digital Grand Prix. Welcome back, Jazz. Glad to see you hopping back into the stream. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI races today. Hey, everyone! Just a quick reminder that in this race, overtaking other cars gives you extra points. If you start further back in the field, you actually have the chance to earn more points by passing a lot of cars. So sometimes starting at the very front isn't always the best strategy. It's all about how many cars you can overtake and rack up those points. Stay tuned and see who can make the most impressive moves on the track. Hey everyone, whether you're just tuning in or lurking in the background, welcome to the stream. We're currently watching race cars driven entirely by artificial intelligence compete against each other. This stream is completely automated, so the cars are racing on their own without any human control. Feel free to sit back, relax, and enjoy the high-speed AI action. Hey everyone! If you want to remove a car from the race, just type !remove, followed by the number of the car you'd like to eliminate. For example, you can say !remove 3 to take out car number 3. It's a fun way to help shape the race. Hey Abameta, welcome back to the stream. We're excited to have you here again. Sit back and enjoy the race as we watch these AI cars zoom around the track. Feel free to cheer for your favorite car, or just relax and have fun watching the action. Glad you're back. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder. The time left to select your car is almost over. Make sure to get your choice in before the race starts. Don't miss out on your favorite vehicle. This is a fun matchup. The 1970 Abarth 1000 TCR is a classic with a lot of historical charm, but it might be at a disadvantage because the 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS is a bit newer and likely has better handling and tech. On a track like Sonoma, where sharp turns and precise handling are key, I think Electric Mary in the Alfa Romeo might have the edge. But you never know with AI racing. Surprises are always possible. Who do you think has the best shot? Thanks to Kazishuk for requesting this race. We're live at the Sonoma track with the blind random car class. Abenta is starting on pole in a 1970 Lancia Stratos 0. Let's see how it all unfolds. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Amy in first place, Abnetta in second, and Lord of the Jungle in third. For life. is climbing fast. Now in 5th place. Wayne the Train has moved up to 16th. Azashix is making progress, now in 22nd. Nunu for Life is now in 3rd place. Husky Hog has moved up to 5th place. Lord of the Jungle and Husky Hog are battling closely for 5th place. Dale Earnhardt is making a strong move, climbing up to 6th place. Amundsen is also gaining ground, now in 20th place. New for Life is leading the race, moving up 2 spots to take the top position. Maya is now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Elias X988 has moved up to 22nd after passing 5 cars. Brown Leader 444 is in 26th place, having overtaken 3 cars. Ezesix is making a strong move, overtaking 27 cars to reach the front. Dale Earnhardt is dropping back, now in 29th place after losing 22 positions. New for Life and Ezesix are battling closely for the lead. Wayne the Train is charging up to 2nd place after overtaking 7 cars. Marcelo Dib has moved up to 10th place, passing 3 cars. Elias X988 is climbing to 18th place, also overtaking 3 cars. Elias X98 is making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 15th place. Dale Earnhardt is closing the gap on going Tanto, reducing it by 9.2 seconds. Husky Hog is climbing up the ranks, moving into 2nd place. Electric Me is now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has also moved up 3 positions to reach 14th place. Demis Gracias has dropped 9 spots and is now in 22nd place. Shadow Army is now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dale Earnhardt has moved up 5 spots to 23. Electric Mary has gained 2 positions to 5th. Electric Mary and Amy are battling closely for 4th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Electric Mary has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Marcelo Dib has also moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Dale Earnhardt is climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 18th place. Marcelo Dib has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Lord of the Jungle has also gained 1 position, now in 7th place. Elite 103 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Someone is moving up 1 spot to take 9th place. Joey and another racer are fighting closely for 9th position. Maya is making a strong move, now in 8th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Husky Hog. The gap is shrinking fast. Elias 98 has climbed to 10th place, closing in on the racers ahead. Welcome back, Aya Rafael. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you enjoy the racing action today. Shadow Army is now in 9th place after overtaking 4 cars. Dale Earnhardt has moved up 5 positions and is now in 11th place. Elite 403 and Husky Hawk are battling closely for 2nd place. Wayne the Train is dropping back to 28th place. Elite 403 and Husky Hog are battling closely for 2nd place. Marcelo Dib is gaining on Electrimary, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Electric Murray is now in 2nd place. Marcelo Dib is getting closer to Elite 403, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up to 6th place. Marcelo Dib and Elite 403 are battling closely for 4th place. Someone is closing in on me, reducing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Amundsen is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take 18th place. Electrimary is gaining on Umbu for Life, closing the gap by 330 seconds. Marcelo Dib has moved up 2 spots to take 3rd place. Elite 403 and Husky Hog are battling closely for 4th place. Elite 403 has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Husky Hog and Elite 403 are battling closely for 4th. Dale Earnhardt and Shadow Army are fighting hard for 6th. Shadow Army is making a strong move, now in 3rd place. Isosix is closing the gap on Brownlee to 444 fast. Wayne the Train is gaining on Themis Gracious, closing the distance significantly. Wayne the Train is gaining fast on Themis Gracious, closing the gap by 8.2 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Dale Earnhardt has also moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Shadow Army is gaining rapidly on New for Life, closing the gap by almost 12 seconds. Dale Earnhardt has moved up 1 spot to 3rd place. Maya and Husky Hog are battling closely for 6th place. Wayne the Train is gaining fast on Themis Gracious, closing the gap by 8.30 seconds. Shadow Army is catching up to Noah for Life, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Isosix is gaining on Brownlee to 444, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Themis Gracious rapidly. Shadow Army is closing in on New for Life, but still has some ground to make up. Shadow Army is now just a few seconds behind New for Life. Isosix is closing in on Brownlee to 444. The gap is shrinking fast. Wayne the Train is gaining on Themis Gracious. The distance is getting smaller. Shadow Army is gaining on New for Life quickly. The gap is now just under a second. Dale Earnhardt and Shadow Army are locked in a close fight for second place. Joey has moved up one spot and is now in 12th position. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up to 14th place. Jacko is closing in on Mapmater, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Electric Mary is now just a few seconds behind Dale Earnhardt. Maya is gaining on Marcelo Dib, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to 13th place. Shadow Army is now just a few seconds behind No for Life. Ezra 6 is gaining on Brown leader 444, closing the gap rapidly. Jazz is right behind Amy, just a second back, and closing in. Shadow Army is gaining on New for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Maya is closing in on Elias X98, cutting down the distance significantly. Elias X98 has moved up 2 spots to take 5th place. Dale Earnhardt and Shadow Army are battling closely for second place. Elias X988 is gaining on Electric Mary, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Elite for 103, reducing the distance by 2.2 seconds. Marcelo Dib is gaining on Brown leader 444 and is now just a few seconds behind. Shadow Army is catching up to Module for Life, closing the distance steadily. Katsushok is also making a move on Amy, reducing the gap to just 1.6 seconds. Ezra 6 is gaining on Jambo, now just 5.6 seconds behind. Shadow Army is closing in on Adwu for Life, reducing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take 5th place. Shadow Army is now just a second behind New for Life. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Shadow Army, closing the gap to just over a second. Maya is catching up to Electric Marie, now only a few car lengths behind. Shadow Army is now just a few seconds behind Rufalai. Maya is gaining on Electromary, closing the distance. Jackal is catching up to Amansan quickly. Electric Mary is holding the lead with Maya gaining fast behind. Shadow Army is catching up to No Mew for Life, and Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Shadow Army. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to second place. Someone is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Elias X988 is gaining on Going Tanto, reducing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is now in first place. Someone is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to take 18th place. Shadow Army has moved up to second place. Someone is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Azka's French Stars is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 1 second. Shadow Army is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, and is now just a few seconds behind. Jazz is catching up to Ingle McCringleberry, and the gap is shrinking fast. Isishix is closing in on Going Kanto, and the distance is getting smaller. New for Life is now in second place. Electric Mary is catching up to Shadow Army and has cut the gap by 3.2 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the distance by 3.7 seconds. Elias 6988 is rapidly gaining on Azka's French Stars, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Elite 403 is closing in on Husky Hog, narrowing it by 1.3 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is making a move on Joey, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Ingle and Joey are locked in a tight fight for the 10th place. Marcelo Dib is gaining on Going Tanto, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up to second place. Ingle McCringleberry has advanced to 10th place. Electric Mary is gaining on Move for Life, and has cut the gap by over a second. Elias 698 has moved up one spot to 18th place. Gina Jones and Elias X98 are battling closely for 18th place. Amy is now within a second of Jazz. Elias X98 has moved up to 17th place. Marcel Dib is closing the gap to Azka's the French Stars, now just 2 seconds behind. Shadow Army is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Marcelo Dib is catching up to Azka's the French Stars rapidly. Lord of the Jungle is narrowing the distance to Elite 403. Shadow Army has taken the lead, now in first place. Electric Mary is gaining on Move for Life. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya is catching up to Electric Mary, closing the distance steadily. Elias X988 is gaining fast on Kazishak, now just a few seconds behind. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Shadow Army, getting closer with every lap. Maya is catching Electric Mary, narrowing the gap steadily. Elias 98 is gaining fast on Kazishak, now just a few seconds behind. Electric Mary is closing in on Move for Life, closing the gap steadily. Elite 403 is catching up to Husky Hog, reducing the distance between them. Earnhardt has moved up one spot to take the lead. Marcelo Dib is now in 21st place. Ezeshix is closing in on Askais the French stars, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Then Move for Life is gaining on Shadow Army, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Maya is catching up to Electric Mary and the distance is closing steadily. Eliasix 988 is closing in on Kazishuk, and the gap is narrowing as well. Movify Life is gaining fast on Shadow Army, and the gap is shrinking. Amy is closing in on Jazz and has cut the distance by 3 seconds. Eliasix 988 has moved up one spot and is now in 14th place. Lord of the Jungle's lead is shrinking as someone gains 3.3 seconds. Amy is catching up to Jazz, closing the distance by 2:30 seconds. Eliasix 988 is closing in on Amy, reducing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Amy is gaining on Jazz, now just a few seconds behind. Shadow Army is catching up to Dale Earnhardt steadily. Maya is closing the gap on Electric Mary, getting closer with every lap. Electric Mary is maintaining the lead at the front. Maya is now just a few seconds behind Electric Mary. Eliasix 98 has moved up to 13th place. Marcelo Dib is gaining on Kazishuk, closing the gap by 1:30 seconds. Marcelo Dib is gaining rapidly on Kazishuk, now just a few seconds behind. Maya is closing the distance on Electric Mary, cutting the gap to less than 2 seconds. Someone is inching closer to Lord of the Jungle, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Elite 403, closing the distance to just a few seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is catching up to another racer, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Elias 98 is making the move on Joey, reducing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Move for Life is gaining on Shadow Army and has closed the gap by 3 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Elite 403, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Eseshix has moved up one spot to take 21st place. Marcelo Dib is gaining rapidly on Kadishuk. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya is closing in on Electric Mary with a steady pace. Elite 403 is catching Husky Hog, just a little behind now. Marcelo Dib is now in 15th place. Jackal is narrowing the gap to Amundsen by 1.3 seconds. Ezesix has moved up to 19th place. Shadow Army is now just a few car lengths behind Dale Earnhardt. Eliasix 988 is gaining on Joey, getting closer with every lap. Jazz is rapidly closing the gap on Ilias S98, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Husky Hog is gaining on Maya, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, closing in on a competitor by 2.5 seconds. Ilias 988 is catching up to Joey quickly, reducing the distance by 3.6 seconds. Matelodib is gaining fast on Amy, now just 5.4 seconds behind. Maya has climbed up to 4th place. Ilias X988 has moved into 12th place. New for Life is gaining on Shadow Army and has cut the gap by 2.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Looks like Hingle McCringleberry and another driver are in a close fight for 9th position. New for Life is gaining on Shadow Army, quickly closing the gap to just under a second. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Lord of the Jungle and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 8th position. Ilias X98 has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Marcelodib has moved up 1 spot to take 14th place. Round leader 444 has moved up 1 spot to take 26th place. Ilias X988 has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Ilias X988 and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 8th place. Martelodib is closing the gap on Jazz, reducing it by 3.30 seconds. Shadow Army is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, cutting the gap by 5.8 seconds. Ilias X98 has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Someone else has also advanced 1 spot to 10th place. Ilias X98 is gaining on Elite for 103, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Ezra6 has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Amy is watching the battle for 9th place tighten up. Someone is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, quickly closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and this other racer are nose to tail, fighting hard for that position. Meanwhile, Maya is making progress on New for Life, cutting the gap down by 2 seconds. Shadow Army is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, now just a few seconds behind. Husky Hog is catching Electric Mary quickly. Ilias X98 is closing the gap on Elite 403 steadily. New for Life is gaining on Shadow Army and closing the gap rapidly. Maya is also catching up to New for Life. Someone is making a move on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the distance by over a second. Amy is maintaining a steady pace in 6th place. Maya is now just behind. Move for life. And looks ready to make a move. Marcelo Deeb is gaining on Joey quickly. Isashix is closing the gap on Kazishuk, and the battle is heating up. Marcelo Deeb moves up to 12th place. Amy is now just 1 second behind Jazz. Isashix is closing the gap on Kazishuk by 330 seconds. Amy is gaining on Jazz, now just a few seconds behind. Marcelo Deeb is catching Lord of the Jungle, closing the distance. Round leader 444 has moved up 1 spot to 25th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap quickly. Elias X98 and Elite 403 are battling closely for 7th place. I am moving up 2 spots, and now in 13th position. Elias 98 has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Isashix has also gained 1 position, now in 16th place. Aminsan is closing the gap on Jazz, cutting it down by 3.7 seconds. Electric Mary is gaining on Maya, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Husky Hog is catching Electric Mary fast. Marcelo Deeb is closing in on Lord of the Jungle steadily. Marcelo Deeb is making a strong push, moving up 3 places tonight. Electric Murray has gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Trivan93 is closing the gap on Azkaist French Stars, reducing it by 1.3 seconds. Amy is rapidly catching up to the driver ahead, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Marcelo Deeb is gaining on Elite 403, narrowing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Going Tanto is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the gap slightly by just over 1 second. Joey is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 8.8 seconds. Amy has moved up 2 spots to 11th place. Katsishuk is closing in on Joey, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Husky Hawk is driving a 1995 seat Ibiza in Group N. They are currently in 7th place with a best lap of 150.474. Their race seems steady but not quite at the top pace. Elias X98 is gaining on Husky Hog, now just a few car lengths behind. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Amy, the gap down to less than 2 seconds. Izu6 is catching Kazishuk quickly, the distance shrinking steadily. Izu6 has moved up 1 spot to take 15th place. Abameta is gaining on Amansan, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Jazz is gaining on Kazishuk, and is now just a few seconds behind. Azkaista French Stars is narrowing the gap, with the Spanish Inquisition getting closer with every lap. Lord of the Jungle's lead is shrinking as someone is closing in. Jazz is gaining on Kazushep quickly. Going Tanto is catching Trifon and T3 steadily. Shadow Army is now just a few car lengths behind Dale Earnhardt. Maya is gaining on Electromary. The gap is shrinking quickly. Husky Hog is closing in on Maya. The distance is narrowing significantly. Electric Mary is maintaining a steady lead. Maya is now just a second behind Electric Mary. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 11th place. Jazz is now within 1.4 seconds of Kasishuk. Amy is holding her position, but the gap is shrinking. As Kaister French Stars is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Jekyll is catching up to Themis Gracious, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Shadow Army is now just a few car lengths behind Dale Earnhardt. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance. Izu 6 is catching up to Joey, the gap shrinking steadily. Marcelo Debe is gaining on Elite 403, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amin-san is catching up to Jazz quickly. Askai's French Stars is making a move on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the distance steadily. Shadow Army is gaining on Dale Earnhardt and is now just a few seconds behind. Maya is rapidly catching Electromary and might make a move soon. Elisa Sax 98 is closing in on Husky Hog and could overtake him in the next few laps. Eliasix 988 is closing in on Husky Hog, cutting the gap by 3.6 seconds. Jazz has moved up one spot to take 16th place. Amin-san has also moved up one spot to take 17th place. Eliasix 988 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Lord of the Jungle and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for 10th place. Someone is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Shadow Army is now just a few car lengths behind Dale Earnhardt. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 10th place. Someone is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is being chased down closely, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Joey is gaining on Amy, cutting the distance by over 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Askais the French Stars, closing the gap just under 2 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to win this race. Elias X98 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy is also making progress, closing in by 2.5 seconds. Abmeta has moved up one spot to take the 17th position. Katsushuk is gaining fast on Amundsen. The gap is shrinking quickly. Ilya Isaac's 988 is catching up to Husky Hug, closing in steadily. Iser 6 is right behind Joey, making a move to overtake. Eliasic's 98 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Joey has moved up one spot to take the 13th position. Iser 6 is closing in on Amy, reducing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Gina Jones moves up one spot to 20. Trifanoni T3 is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Move for Life has moved up to second place. Maya is now 1.5 seconds closer to Electric Marie. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Electric Marie is under pressure from Maya, who is gaining quickly. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the distance to Lord of the Jungle. Jazz has climbed 2 places and is now in 14th position. Abameta is gaining on Amy, and now only a few seconds behind. Iliasic's 98 is catching up to Husky Hog, closing the distance steadily. Marcelo Dib is narrowing the gap with a lead for 103, making it an exciting chase. Eliasic's 98 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the distance by 3.3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing the gap to Lord of the Jungle by 1.1 seconds. Dimas Gracious is closing in on Jambo, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Marcelo Dib is gaining on Elite for 103, closing the gap to just under 6 seconds. Trufa 93 is closing in on Amundsen, now less than 7 seconds behind. Yambo is catching Brown leader 444, with the gap down to just over 8 seconds. Husky Hog is gaining on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 10th place. Askeister French Stars has climbed to 20th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Elias's 98, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Azashix is catching up to Jazz, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Jambo is closing in on Brown leader 444, narrowing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amy is keeping a steady pace in 5th place. Electromary is holding onto the lead, but Maya is closing in fast. Joey is gaining on the racer ahead, and Jazz is right behind Joey, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Husky Hog is gaining on Maya and closing the gap quickly. Joey is catching up to someone ahead, and Jazz is closing in on Joey. Shadow Army is now just a second behind Mufulai. Maya is catching Electric Murray, now only half a second apart. Elite 403 is closing in on Elias X98. The gap is down to a little over a second. Marcelo Dib is closing in on Elias X98 rapidly, cutting the gap by 10.9 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot into 4th place. Elite 403 has also gained one position, now in 7th place. Shadow Army is gaining on Wolfalife and is now just a few seconds behind. Elite 403 is catching up to Husky Hog and is now within striking distance. Elias 698 is closing in on Elite 403, and the gap is getting smaller. Elite 403 is gaining on Husky Hog and closing the gap quickly. Elias 698 is also catching up to Elite 403. Someone is making a move on Lord of the Jungle, closing the distance. Elite 403 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Elias X98 is catching up to Elite 403, now within 1.7 seconds. Askais to French Stars is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the distance to 1.9 seconds. Elias X98 is gaining on Elite 4, closing the gap by 3.8 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing in on Marcelladib, reducing the distance by 2.8 seconds. Ezer6 has moved up one spot to take the 14th position. Shadow Army is gaining on Mufalife, and the gap is shrinking fast. Amy is catching up to Jazz, and the distance is decreasing steadily. Husky Hog is closing in on Electric Mary, and the gap is getting smaller. Demis Gracious is gaining fast on Jambo, now just under 8 seconds behind. Shadow Army is narrowing the distance to All for Life by 4 seconds. Electric Murray is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by a little over a second. Katsashuk is gaining on Amy, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Demis Gracious is catching up to Jambo, and Jackal is also closing in on Demis Gracious. The battle for the top positions is heating up. Elias X98 is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is narrowing the distance to Hingle McCringleberry by 1.1 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up one position and is now in 18th place. Electric Mary is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ezer6 is catching up to Joey, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Askais to French Stars is climbing up one spot to take the 19th position. Hey Bombardador, welcome back to the stream. It's great to see you here again. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Hope you enjoy the show. Shadow Army is gaining on them with 4 life, and now just a few seconds behind. Elias X98 is catching up to Husky Hog rapidly. Marcello Dib is also closing in on Elite 403, making the race more intense. Shadow Army is gaining on New for Life and is now just a few seconds behind. Marcello Dib is closing the distance to Elite 403 rapidly. Amy is catching up to Jazz. The gap is shrinking steadily. Elite 403 is gaining on LESS 98, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Ezo 6 is catching up to Joey quickly. Gina Jones is closing in on Katie Shuck, getting closer with every lap. Round leader 444 is driving a vintage street car, a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. They are currently in 26th place and have a slowest lap time of 2 minutes and 13 seconds. The race looks challenging for them so far. Shadow Army is gaining on Enwu for Life, cutting the distance down to just a few seconds. Husky Hog is closing in on Electric Mary, narrowing the gap significantly. Shadow Army is gaining on New for Life, and now only about 6 seconds behind. Jackal is closing in on Themis Gracious, and has cut the gap to just over 6 seconds. Elias X988 is catching Husky Hog, and is now less than 2.5 seconds away. Shadow Army is gaining on Woofer Life, closing the gap to just over 3.5 seconds. Elias X98 is narrowing the distance to Husky Hog, cutting it down by nearly 2 seconds. A driver has moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Amy is now just behind Jazz. The gap is shrinking quickly. Amundsen is catching up to Ask Heist the French Stars, closing the distance steadily. Shadow Army is gaining on New for Life, and now just a few seconds behind. Elias X98 is rapidly catching up to Husky Hog, closing the distance significantly. Amy is inching closer to Jazz, cutting the gap steadily. Elias 98 is gaining on Husky Hog. The gap is shrinking fast. Going Tanto is catching up to Amundsen, closing in steadily. Elias X988 is gaining on Husky Hog and has closed the gap by 2.3 seconds. Martello Deeb is catching up to Elite 403, reducing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Amundsen is closing in on Ask Heist the French Stars with a 1.1 second reduction. That's fantastic! Congratulations to Dale Earnhardt on the win. Great job out there. Wow, congratulations to Dale Earnhardt. That was an impressive win. And a big shout out to Electric Murray for winning the bet race and claiming the 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS Plus. Shadow Army did the most overtakes and gets to claim the 1998 Tyrrell 26. Great racing all around. Hey everyone, we're just doing a quick maintenance check and we'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned, the race will start again soon. Thanks for your patience.